What happened?
Little Mac in some cases. Little Mac has pretty fast frame data.
Really?
Kazuya is kind of chunky, like both in movement and in frame data. Kazuya needs to abuse like the upper body intangibility or the iframes on some moves to actually get anything. He is so chunky.
So
Like
he's really
when he
not as
gets
much
in,
of a
he
bully
hits.
as we thought he'd be.
Oh no, he's scary if he gets in, and if you make mistakes and are just spamming buttons, he'll find a way in. But like, if your opponent just decides I don't want to play the game and runs from you, what the heck does Kazuya do?
Yeah,
Hmm.
can't do much.
So like, I'm really like, I say this as a
Unlike-
person who
unlike-
doesn't believe in
yeah.
Steve. I didn't think
Yeah.
Steve was as scary as everyone feared. I think Kazuya is the worst of the Fighters Pass 2 characters.
That is quite some irony.
Are you talking about the Kazuya in Smash?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wonder, as a, I don't have, I don't have a Switch, so I don't have Smash, but if I do go to the local again, I'll at least, as a Tekken player, I will at least give Kazuya a shot. I don't really play Smash that much
Yeah, he's
anyways, but
trying.
You will enjoy him as a Tekken player. They have made
Well,
a
he's
very
doing the
faithful
input there.
recreation. Like the amount
nice.
of like the differences in his control schemes and the nature of his neutral play are very satisfying for like from a Tekken standpoint. They've done a very good job of their usual like try to make it emulate the game it's from feeling.
oh,
They did
nice.
great.
That's good to hear. If a local happens and it, looks like it might be happening in the near
sooner than
future,
later.
I'll definitely give Kazuya a shot in Smash.
As a character just to play for fun, he is mad fun. Like deleting people with like the insane like combos he has is incredibly fun. But yeah, I'm not afraid of him as in a tournament sense in any way.
Yeah. Well, you shouldn't be afraid of me tournament-wise in Smash because I am awful at Super Smash Brothers, to be honest.
I feel like this is always what David says before he just like mops the floor with people in other games.
Oh yeah, David, congrats on getting that top 8.
Yeah,
in
thank
the
you.
North America
Good
Evil
stuff.
Final. That was
Thank you.
You've done more than all of Sun Cal Tekken did.
Hey,
Thanks.
Dang,
Yeah.
the stream hasn't even fully started yet and already got the callouts.
It's just true.
It is true, honestly. Where's EOL? Let's see. Well, I'll wait like a few more minutes and then we can go ahead.
Did y'all
and
see
start.
that Steam Deck?
here's your Switch Pro, bro.
Dang, so that's real. It's a Switch Pro for
What?
Steam.
Basically, but it looks like it's perfect for fighting games and like.
For its price
not,
and its
because the
specs,
controls
it
aren't
is
gonna work.
very competitively priced. Like
Yeah.
$400 for how powerful it is actually pretty solid.
You're only gonna put one game on it for 64 gigabytes.
Yeah, the downside is the
Yeah.
storage space, so you better buy yourself an extra large SD.
You need way
Yeah.
more than
It's
freaking 64 gigs. What in the world?
That's the base model, 64 gigabytes.
They have 3 different pre-orders up, and one of them comes with like an extra couple hundred gigs of space and an SD. So it's
Yeah.
like, oh, good. But saying this as a person who's had them, you can buy the 500 or the terabyte SDs and use those very well.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
That'd be like super convenient. Like, I wanna like say we're at Evo and there's no fucking open setups because casual play doesn't exist anymore.
You just,
You just
bring
set your
your
shit up.
freaking Steam
Yeah,
Switch.
Steam Deck. You remember when we went to Evo? There's no casual stations.
There wasn't the Blade
they were
Stranger
pretty-
section.
They were pretty bad about that.
Yeah.
Howdy. Okay, so with also Esteban, do you have a list?
Oh yeah.
Cool. We'll just wait on EOL to come. I'm gonna move this over.
I'm almost
So when it comes, the main thing, Nick's got a point. I feel like it'll be the usual controller issues. Although we'd have to assume they would let you do the controller customization, like stuff that Steam
Sure.
normally lets you do.
It will.
Wait, what are we talking about?
The OS that it's
The-
using and the menus it uses are better big picture mode, so it will still have all the same options and settings that Steam currently already does.
Okay, then that might seem like it'll be workable. Or talking about the what's it actually called? The stream.
The Steam Deck.
Steam
Steam
Deck.
Deck. Yeah, because it's for Yu-Gi-Oh players. And
The other
Pokemon
thing
players.
is, unlike every other handheld, because Valve is Valve, they are totally down with you having full control of it through USB. They've straight up said, yeah, we're giving you full access. If you want to wipe the OS on it and put Windows on it, you can.
Bro, what the frick?
Yep, that's clean.
And they straight up were like, people want to use other storefronts on here? They like name drop said it like, yeah, you can install Windows, then pull up the Epic Game Store on the Steam Deck. It'll work.
Yo, that's actually really chill of them.
Have a perfect,
don't
have a
get the
perfect
base-
emulation.
Just don't get the base model, because I hear I think the storage that comes with it is like the
Yeah,
slowest
64
one.
gigs can't even fit
It's
Street
small
Fighter
space
5.
and it's not great. You need an SD.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you can't even fit Street Fighter 5 with 64 gigs.
No, Street Fighter 5 is like 100 gigs with all the DLC.
Oh yeah, you
That
wouldn't
is
be able to fit it.
hilarious, dude.
Yeah. Bad optimization, just like Strive.
Oh, Lord.
Damn.
Also,
each
yeah,
Strive
playing
pack is gonna
PC
be like
Strive,
that.
it does indeed load way faster.
Yeah.
And what?
Still
Well,
not
if you
running
have
a
an
tournament on
SSD,
PC
obviously.
Strive, though.
Yeah, it's a PC.
Oh yeah, if you run you run that game on SSD, like, cause I've played it a couple times on PS5, and it loads up like super fast.
Too bad the PS5 has the worst input delay.
Yeah,
of
that's
any console.
odd to me. Like,
That's
how
weird,
that
but I
happened?
also don't give a shit since I'm not gonna be playing it that much. But I also understand why it's bored. But I'm also on the.
It's just unexpected.
I kind of want.
I also was talking about this to Zeke, and I was like, but what if you had a game that was dedicated just solely on like on this that wasn't like bound to like last gen? So I'm kind of curious about like those type of things.
I don't know. Also,
I'm just curious about that type of that type of
When are you
stuff.
guys going live? A couple minutes, because I can.
huh?
Go
No,
grab my
I've
beer
been
and
live.
stuff.
We can start talking already.
All right, wait a minute. Let me go grab my beer and food and stuff.
Good
I
idea.
have just finished painting the tank.
Sick.
Is Luis going to be attending, or is he absent today?
That's a good question. I don't know if he ever pays attention to my pings anymore.
Besides,
Shenanigans hasn't been the same without him.
Ronald, you made a good point. I mean, like,
Mm.
not like PS5's not even gonna be standard because hardly anybody get
No,
Get
no
their
one.
hands on
Yeah,
one.
no one even freaking has one.
well, except for me. But that's the point.
Like, I'm pretty sure out of all of Sencal, it's you, Josh, Dasamadon Daniel, and like
Phil
Phil.
has one.
Like, who else has
You know,
one?
I'm going to be fully honest. I think the PS5 was released way too early, and I think it was released at the wrong time. I think it should have been at least one more year. I mean, the PS4 still had a lot of life, especially if you had a PS4 Pro. I mean, it was still very much alive. It wasn't dying anytime soon. You know, the PS4, when it launched, you see the PS3 and, you know, the 360 for, you know, to the Xbox One, both of them were kind of running out of steam, and they were, you know, they were kind of becoming stale. And a lot of people were saying, okay,
Well,
let's look for something new. Yeah.
The reason the PS3 360 lasted so long was because the economy was so bad at that point. You really couldn't go anywhere for a while. So that kind of just halted things for like a good while. And then like, oh, okay, now we can actually get a move on to things. But as far as like you needing one right now, no, not really. But I did kind of hate the fact that they didn't mess with a lot of their shit, and that unlike where Microsoft's like, no, it's like they're pretty much straightforward from the get-go, so you really can't get mad about that. Case in point, oh look, GT7 is going to be PS5 exclusive. Then they backtracked that and they said it's going to be on PS4 as well. I'm like, but why though? It's like,
I think the main
Actually,
reason.
something
I think
I'm
the main
looking
reason
forward
was
to with this
because-
discussion.
I was just saying, I think the main reason is because it's just as you say. I think it's because only a limited amount of people have been able to get the PS5. So I think maybe they're like, oh well, if we want to sell this game well, we better move it back to next gen. And I think Resident Evil 8 pretty much did the same thing. Though they never actually said it was PS5 exclusive. They just said PS5. They didn't say yes or no. So
they said it was built for next gen, which was implied for just PS5 and then the Series X console. But then they backtracked that and said no, and they reverse ported it to PS4, which wasn't a bad conversion from my understanding, but it's just like, But no, I mean I understand because there's also like a huge ass install base. So it's like I understand that to a certain degree. So it's like business wise, I get it. Consumer wise, you should have said this shit from the get go, and I wouldn't have been so upset about some shit. But as far as like
about what games being added to
exclusive-
more consoles?
No, just
What?
being like, because
By the way, y'all can load up song request.
Microsoft was very transparent about like, hey, this is gonna be coming out on Xbox One, but also like all the
People
stuff you
shouldn't-
see coming out, all the stuff you see coming out for Series S and X will also be coming out on Xbox One. You know, like they made
People
it
shouldn't
very
be
clear.
mad about games
Oh,
being added
frick.
to older
That's
gen.
what I was supposed
It
to
literally,
No, but the thing is that Sony wasn't very they weren't very transparent about that, and they're just like, we
Why do you
believe in
need them to be
generations,
transparent?
and they did, well,
Why
because
do
it
they-
makes,
why do they
it
need to
makes
be
it easy.
transparent about adding a game to a previous console? What?
well, it's more
who cares?
like, because it's like I said earlier, it's like you're expecting games to come out exclusively for the next gen platform, but they didn't really say that,
Why do you
and
want
then
to
now
come
they're
out exclusively for the
now they're
next gen?
backpedaling on that, and so
Because
in
if the
my
game is
opinion,
exclusive to next gen, then it is built for next gen hardware, next gen standards.
If they can change it at this point in development to be last gen as well, it never was taking that advantage.
And
Mine-
that holds the games back.
Yeah, and
you
the
Get
know
thing
out
what?
is,
with
like, and the thing
Cyberpunk
is
and
that-
tell me that it's okay that they forced it onto the last gen too.
What game?
I was gonna
Cyberpunk.
say Cyberpunk was
Oh,
the first thing that came to mind.
Cyberpunk.
If they had
Cyberpunk-
specifically
Cyberpunk was
dedicated
reversed.
Cyberpunk to only be for the
No,
strongest
they
gen,
were- that was
it
the
would
re-
relieve a
that's-
ton of issues.
Complete opposite though. That's the
Wait,
complete
you mean-
opposite. Where they
Wait,
said
no,
the
I
game.
thought they said
Yeah,
it,
they
it ran
said the
better
game-
on new gen.
It does, but
It ran-
Yeah,
it-
it's the only one where it's still
but
kind
I'm
of
saying, I'm saying the situation was opposite, where they announced this game 6 years ago, saying it's coming out for Xbox One and PS4, and then time rolls on. Oh, these consoles are here now. Oh, well, I mean, I guess we can bring them to that too. The games were always being programmed for PS4 and Xbox One, and so the performance on those is unacceptable.
But
Because
that
it was
doesn't-
always said that that's where it was going.
But that doesn't make any sense because if it was being made on our current gen or for our current gen, and then they like shoehorn in making it for the new gen, you'd think it'd be the new gen version that'd be bad.
No,
Like,
not with
that
how
doesn't make
these
any
ones are.
sense.
All I'm saying
I'd
is
also like to
people
point
forget-
out that the Cyberpunk 2077 announcement was May 2012.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Holy frick.
Yes, it was
Yeah,
not
it was-
made for PS4.
That was almost a decade
was-
ago.
It came
Possibly
out on the time
PS3.
PS3 and 360 was still
It
out.
already was being pushed forward.
Yo, that's
Yeah.
crazy.
So,
Cyberpunk
no.
is an unoptimized game.
Yes,
Games
and if they
being
decided let's optimize it for strongest hardware, it would
Sony
relieve a
first-
ton of issues.
The Sony first parties that were being made that are saying now that, oh, we can put them on PS4, they were always able to be handled on PS4. Those games are using the
Yeah,
same
Sony
engines
first
as
parties.
games.
These aren't first
They were,
parties.
they were always games being using engines that were on the PS4 to begin with.
No.
Hey,
Well, hi. Nerd.
Horizon, God of War, all of them they're running the same engine as the PS4 titles. So
Goodbye.
Wait,
Hey,
that,
don't
that's
please
literally all you were gonna say? Wow.
Does someone want
fucking
to strive?
nerd.
play Strive, please. I'm tired of facing.
Play
These
Strive, please. Anyways, whoever's watching, by the way, howdy. We
They
probably
couldn't
should have
stop
started talking about the main topic at hand, but whoever wants to put stuff in song requests, feel free to do so. Tonight, the homie PaprcutRadiation with another interesting topic, depending on how I guess passionate y'all get. Talking about, I guess, what we would list the top 5 video game consoles. I don't know if this is a debate about like what's objectively the best or what has the most nostalgia. I don't know.
Everyone here is wrong. Dreamcast.
We didn't even start yet.
I'm just happy there's someone else out here who has good taste.
There you
I'm
go.
looking at my baby right now. It's okay. They don't know power.
Spoilers, I didn't put Dreamcast on my list because I didn't have one as a kid.
You didn't.
I
put
didn't have one as a
Snap?
kid either.
I ain't gonna put something that I got years later to be like, yeah, I loved it. When honestly, it's okay.
Yeah, there are
That's
some
a fair
things that are
assessment.
probably objectively some of the best consoles ever, but I just never owned one,
The
so I didn't get to
virtual
enjoy it.
boy.
Oh yeah, Rana, we should clarify. Are you specifically counting like home consoles and no handhelds?
Well, I guess for clarification, but it's as it implies. When we say consoles, it's
Okay.
technically anything that plays games, but we're
Is it
intentionally
specifically
excluding
a video
PC.
game device?
Okay.
Yeah,
so
we're
here-
excluding
here's-
PC because PC is like not a fair comparison at all. So this does include handhelds, home consoles.
Does it include handhelds?
Yes, it does include handhelds.
Okay, I was about to say because handhelds would be a whack lineup because everyone's number one would just be the fucking 3DS.
Not really.
The 3DS isn't on my list at all.
Surprisingly for me, it's not even because I didn't own one, but because there's something else that I think just held up really well for its time and even past its time.
Yep, there's a cousin to it that I like a lot.
But we will actually. That makes me wonder. Well,
It means
apparently
life.
apparently the Vita was multi-purpose for all the wrong reasons. So I don't know if we were gonna do honorable mentions today. I mean, does anyone even have any?
I have
I
them just in case.
have two, because I had 7 consoles come to mind when I had to list all my favorites.
Okay, so yeah,
I have
like
5
usual,
and then 2 honorable.
We'll go through
If we
honorable just in
do-
case.
I'm sad.
If we do honorable mentions, and it looks like we have a lot of people. This is just my thought, but I think maybe we should do it. Watch Mojo style, just kind of briefly mention them, maybe briefly explain them.
That's fine.
I can do a brief explanation for my 2, it'll be pretty short.
Okay.
I just came here to scream Dreamcast because I'm at work on my channel.
Don't worry, I got you.
Yeah, I figured it'd be, at least be on someone's list.
Just,
I'm in my shorts.
just put Digi Dreamcast. The shit. I'm out.
Do I even put that
Dreamcast
exactly?
number 1 through 5, all of it.
Also, okay, so quick sidebar before we start the honorable mentions. There is a song that either EOL or Nick put in song request like Shenanigans or 2 ago, and I can't freaking remember what it was. It's driving me nuts. It might have been some kind of shop theme. I don't know.
It's driving you nuts.
Yes, good.
Do you remember the game it's from, or do you remember any other details?
It has some Persona vibes. I can't say that without it seeming like a meme. It had some, actually specifically, it has some. I think it might have been a Shin Megami Tensei, maybe. Gosh, it's so hard to remember though. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Anywho, PaprcutRadiation. Honorable mentions, please.
So, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, the first honorable mention I'm going to say is the Dreamcast, the Sega Dreamcast.
What
and,
a coinky dink.
yeah, so it almost made it to my top 5 list. I'll explain the reason why it barely missed my list later. But I appreciate how ahead of its time it was, and Sega actually made some really good exclusive games for the Dreamcast. Virtua Fighter 3, even though it's not exactly a good competitive game because of all the height issues and the balancing issues, but it was still a really fun game to play. Crazy Taxi 2 was really great. Star Wars Jedi Power Battles, one of the nostalgic Star Wars games. I know I talk about Star Wars a lot in this stream, but that was also a really good nostalgic lightsaber game. And they actually really upped its game at Dreamcast. I appreciate how they made better graphics, and better gameplay, and better visuals. It was just a really great game. So yeah, that's as an honorable mention, I'm going to keep the explanation very brief, but I'll explain why it didn't make it to the list later. But yeah, I appreciate how ahead of its time it was, and for a 1990s console, it's pretty good. Really ahead of its time.
Still giving it props, yeah.
So the second honorable mention I will bring up is the Game Boy Advance.
Game Boy Advance, let's go.
And of course, nobody, I should say a lot of people probably won't know what that is because everybody likes to use their smartphones or iPhones nowadays. But
Everybody.
yeah, I really appreciate the Game Boy Advance. I really like the fact that it was really the first real. I would say it was the first popular portable device there was. The Game Boy Color was good, but the Game Boy Advance I think really surpassed it, and it was fully backwards compatible too with the Game Boy Color. So I thought it was really not. It's really nice how you could still play games even when you were out of your house. If you were taking a trip somewhere, you could still keep yourself occupied when you were back resting in your hotel room, just playing the Game Boy. And I just thought that was a really unique and nice invention. So I thought it was worth mentioning as an honorable mention. So now the third honorable mention I will say is the original Xbox.
Hey.
I never got a 360. A little spoiler here, but I never got a 360 or an Xbox One. But I did get an original Xbox, and the first two Halo games, I don't really need to talk about how great both of them were campaign-wise. And even though I didn't play much multiplayer, it's still a great game overall. And too bad Luis is not here, but Fusion Frenzy was also super fun too. Really great to play. Too bad Luis is not here. So, let's see. There was and yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I didn't play it as much as some of the other consoles, but I think it was still a good console. And it also created the Xbox Live, right? It was one of the transitions to multiplayer gaming, because I think Halo was like the first popular multiplayer game, so that was worth mentioning too. So I don't think there's much else to say though, especially since this is a brief honorable mention.
No worries.
Nice.
Wait a minute, how many people are here right now?
5. I don't know where Will is. 1, 2, 3, 4.
He's probably
6,
eating spicy food.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll tag him and see if he pops in. But for now, Tim, you can go ahead and give your honorable mentions.
All right. First of my honorable mentions is the SNES.
Oh.
I greatly enjoyed my Super Nintendo, and some of my favorite games of all time are Super Nintendo. In fact, my favorite game of all time is Super Nintendo, Final Fantasy VI. Game's amazing. Like, it's a little box full of all sorts of hopes and dreams, and I love it, and it's full of great stuff. I'm having it as an honorable mention because every game on it that matters is available to be replayed everywhere.
There you go. See,
Literally, you've got SNES Online on the Switch, you've got all the ports that were on Game Boy Advance, you've got all the collections that are on virtual consoles, you've got every game that really mattered on the SNES has been ported nowadays. So there is some fun to playing it on the original hardware, and I like the original controller. It's alright, and I enjoy my SNES Classic, but I couldn't put it in my top 5 because, in retrospect, I didn't grow up with it. I got it a little later. I got my SNES a little bit after my GameCube, so I got to play some great games on it, and I loved it. But I didn't get a direct impact of how powerful it was, so I don't have that much love for it as a console.
Gotcha.
And then my other honorable mention is the Nintendo Switch. It is a fantastic console. I adore my Switch. I love it. I think it's pretty good. I think Nintendo's back on the map with good ideas again. At the same time, it has some bad things going on. Joy-Con drift is still absurdly stupid. And I'm very upset they've still never done anything about it. I appreciate the forever warranty, but I've had to send in one Joy-Con 3 times now.
Jeez.
Now give them your money and buy the OLED model.
But the thing is, I don't know if the OLED ones will just drift too.
Yeah, I just deleted a RAM withdrawal for 70%. What the fuck is so?
Told you, freaking.
But the Switch
and you want
is great.
people to play that game?
I adore the Switch. It's very good. It is the concept of the console that you can just pick up and go places works. It's very nice. I enjoy playing it handheld. I enjoy playing it docked. It has good games on it. I like it a lot.
It's very convenient.
I feel like there's a mixture of recency bias and then nitpicks with things like Joy-Con drift that prevented me from putting it in top 5. And those are my honorable mentions.
Sick. Esteban, any honorable mentions?
The original sex box, and her name isn't Sony. No, but I like the original Xbox. It gets an honorable for me. It has a really good, interesting lineup of IPs that are original to its own. And, of course, Halo. That was a big part of me when I was growing up. I didn't have one, like I said, but I always knew friends who had one, who would just bring it over, or we would just go. I would just go and they just have it over. I'm like, all right, let's play. You know.
Good console to have.
The Xbox, the #1 console that your friend owned. That's like everyone's story with it. That's like everyone's story with it, though, man. It's like the #1 console.
Except for that god awful Duke controller.
I like the Duke.
That shit was dumb.
First of all, the controllers weren't even that bad, and also there were the mini versions.
You know why the Duke existed?
Yeah, the Duke was that bad. The second one.
The Duke was bad.
Do you know why the Duke
I liked the Duke, but it was bad.
Do you know why it existed?
Why?
Because the manufacturers of the PS2 controllers refused to sell Microsoft the same circuit boards, so they had to use circuit boards from another company that were too big to fit in the kind of controller they would have wanted to design. So they literally had to make it where the circuit board fit on the front side of the controller like that. That's why it's so big.
Awkward.
And then Japan got the smart idea to downsize the controller and actually make it fit for a fucking human. And then Microsoft was like, let's just use that. Yeah, just steal that.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to have the smaller ones.
My memories of the Xbox are me and my two brothers playing Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind on it so much that the disc broke, so we bought another disc, and then that disc broke, and we bought a third disc, and then that disc broke, but by that time Oblivion came out.
Bro, what the frick? What were y'all doing?
They said that another
We
screen.
really liked Morrowind.
But
I kind of understand. It's kind of like how I enjoy New Vegas. I kind of understand that.
You play it so much, and eventually the disc gets
Play it
scratched. You're like, well,
till
please,
it
I'll buy
I think
another one.
PS3 disc is much stronger than that, though. So.
Oh yeah,
no.
thank goodness.
But if I had to put like another honorable mention, I'd probably put
You don't have
this. I'd probably put the sex box, and her name is actually Sony. The sex box PlayStation 5.
The router.
What are you talking about?
Nah, cause I'm not gonna lie, having PS5, it's pretty sick, and I like the backwards compat. Works really well, super juicy. And the stuff I have played for it, like all like 3 exclusives. Yes, there's only 3 exclusives. Which was Ratchet, Clank, Returnal, and Demon Souls. They've all been fan fucking tastic.
Yeah, I still want to play Ratchet Clank eventually.
Well, you can play it in 3 months, 3 to 6 months, and then by that time, one more exclusive will be out.
Good stuff.
No, the way that game runs, you can't put it on PS4.
Well, frick.
After I played
The game loads into new areas too quickly because it literally is tuned to where the SSD barely keeps up.
The way that the game runs and programs, like how it gets you to one area to another, like especially in certain levels where they have that as a mechanic, it's like you can't do that on PS4. Like you can't. Like, and I'm not even trying to like what's it called, like boast about it. It's just like when you play, you're like, oh, I see why.
It is what it is.
But
You're like one of the few people that actually have a PS5, Esteban. So that's cool.
So that's a good honorable mention. And
Any others?
shout out to the Game Boy Advance. That shit got me through some good time. Except that shit with the warm light. That shit fucking sucks.
That's what the SP is for, fool.
I didn't have an SP. I had a launch Game Boy Advance, but Super Mario Advance 2.
Well, you should have traded that shit in.
Bro, that was launch 2001. Get off my back.
Yeah, but you're telling me you got rid of it and you didn't trade in like a year or two later?
No, because I had a fucking Game Boy Advance. I had a Game Boy Advance and was still fine to play with.
That original Game Boy Advance screen is one of the worst, but it was good for the time.
Yo, the Advance, it was like...
The form factor is what is the best thing about it.
The form factor is amazing. It's just you can't play it outside in direct sunlight.
Yeah, especially if you had it long enough to where like your screen is like scratched, and like if you're in the sun, you literally can't see.
And all of them were fucking scratched eventually. That shit was plastic.
Like, I loved the Game Boy Advance, but eventually there was a time where it was literally unplayable unless you're in the right lighting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's an amazing console.
Good times.
I know exactly what you're saying. The Game Boy Advance Special, though, the one that the one that kind of looks like a mini laptop, that wasn't too shabby.
No, the S needed to go fuck itself because you had to have a dongle just to fucking hear with headphones on.
That's true.
What kind of dumb shit is that?
Did you? I'm trying to remember wher or not.
Hey, there's plenty of dumb shit left still.
I thought I
mean,
you had to buy a dongle attachment in order to just use your earbuds or headphones at the time.
I could have sworn I did it without her. Maybe I just had that dongle the whole time.
No, you had that dongle.
You had to have it.
You had that dongle.
Oh well.
It was iPhone before they started getting rid of the headphone jack.
Nintendo's the same now. You know.
Nintendo is the same yesterday, today, and forever.
Yeah.
Matt, do you have any honorable mentions actually?
Let me look.
You don't have
to. Everyone's pretty much said what I've thought about.
So then what would be on yours?
This is your honorable mentions.
This is your honorable mentions. You could agree them and repeat.
I agree on the GBA. I agree on the Super Nintendo, and that's pretty much it for me.
Yay, SNES.
Yeah.
What else? You guys graphics.
Oh yeah, the DS too. The DS. The whole DS. Just a really good system. The main thing I liked about the DS is the form factor, and I like all the special editions it got. Yeah, the only downside of the DS is fucking.
There is no.
I was gonna say, what's the downside?
I lost my track of thought, man. Oh, whatever. No downside. Yeah, that's it.
No downside, and it's an honorable mention.
Yeah.
Nick,
the consoles he's chosen have saved the world.
It just didn't hit as hard as my top 5. That's it.
That's fair.
That's fair.
That's pretty much the reason why SNES isn't in my top 5.
Yeah.
Nick?
Yeah.
You got any honorable mentions?
Yeah, my first one is the original Sexbox.
Sick.
Everyone's got Xbox in their mention.
It's
yeah.
Those are a good time.
I mean, it's just. I'm pretty sure it was like the best performing console that generation.
It was.
It's nice that it kept its backwards compatibility into the 360 era. The games could run in like 720p and stuff sometimes.
So I could still play Morrowind when Oblivion felt boring.
Yeah.
And it's funny you say that because that was literally the only thing that I was thinking of while Matt was thinking, is that would be the downside, is that it wasn't the 3DS.
Whereas the PS3 got rid of
I meant
PS2
like the whole
and
DS line.
I didn't really do much for it.
Yeah.
The Xbox had some really good racing games too, so
Yeah.
like Outrun, like Forza began on it, Project Gotham Racing. There's a lot of good racing games on Xbox. Xbox has always been really good for racing games. So I just like going back. I didn't own it as a kid, but I go back and I play the games from it a lot. So
Gotcha.
And then my number 7. Honorable. I'm a dumbass.
Your number, as in your next honorable mention?
My number 7 is Tyrant Rave, apparently.
Bro, do you have any other honorable mentions?
Yes, and it's gonna be a hot take that it's here, and it's not further up my list. The PlayStation 2.
Uh-huh.
Not gonna lie, I can't remember what I had on PS2. It's been that long.
I remember everything I had on PS2.
Yeah, man.
PS2 is really good for the fact that it just had so many games. There were a lot of good games on it. Problem is that a lot of the good games were also on Xbox. So,
yeah.
But I don't know. In
Shout
general,
out to FIFA,
it's just
giving the PS2 life into like 2014.
System. I mean, yeah, successful. A lot of games. It's just that a lot of the games that people like rave over were either games that were available on other systems, and I preferred to play them there, or just I don't know. That generation had a lot of good games, but I feel like the next generation overall expanded on it. Whereas the
That
early
generation is my absolute favorite. You can tell because 3 of the 4 consoles from it were on my list.
Yeah, same.
I just don't feel. I mean, I also was like, PS3 came out pretty young, and like when I was like 8, I had the PS3 or something. So like, when I really got into my stride, I was on PS3. Whereas I know a lot of you guys were on PS2 or GameCube and stuff. But so,
It just reminds me that I'm old. I got into my stride in the N64.
Yeah.
it's just that truthfully, a lot of the exclusives I like from PlayStation actually weren't that strong back then.
Yep.
That's the only thing. Is like the thing was like known mainly for third-party stuff. So like, I mean, there was good stuff. It's just a series that I don't play, like Ratchet and Clank or Sly Cooper and stuff. Like, I didn't play them, and like, so that's just my. For me, the system is like ranked a lot lower once I realized that I'm looking mainly at the exclusives for it, and that most of the games were also on Xbox.
Yep, that generation was really good about all 3 consoles having games. Like, a lot of games reported to all 3, so it was like, oh yeah, you can play them on whichever one you have. So, like, having that as a buff for them isn't as huge when you compare them.
And then my final honorable mention is the DS lineage. I consider, since you can play, if you want to be technical about it, I guess you say 3DS. Because with the DS, pretty much every console in that line just built on the last one where the game still worked.
True.
And, like, so I consider DS through 3DS basically just upgrades to the same system. So that's why I'm grouping them together, personally.
Yeah.
If you want to be technical, you say 3DS. Because the only
it would
thing
also
was off
depend
on
on
the way was backwards
what's
compatibility with GameCube.
Well, depend on what specifics, though, of a particular era that add value to that console. Because if there were things that were on the DS before, like the 3DS was a thing, then I guess you would favor the DS as a console because of that particular era. But if the 3DS is what you favor because there's 3DS things you like, and on top of that you get access to everything before, then that would make the 3DS the better console, right? Wouldn't it?
The original 3DS had a shitty hinge though that broke all the time, and it was uncomfortable and plasticky. So fuck that model. Get the XL.
Then 3DS it is, I guess. Also, howdy, Unknown Luis.
Let's go pick their chat.
Luis?
He's on mute.
Oh, there he is. Howdy, did you have a list?
I would have to think of one on the spot, so.
Well, you got time. Don't worry about it, because Eo will be here in like 3 minutes.
Alright. I'm eating right now, so I'll probably we'll probably unmute a little later.
Alright. Howdy, Sandy.
Howdy.
Hey, Sandy.
Hello, everybody.
Oh.
Mahalo. So then any others, Nick?
Oh, only 3 honorable mentions.
Okay, then I guess at least mine would be...
Oh yeah, Ronald.
Huh?
I know I said that was it, but I forgot about one more. You want to say one more? I'm not gonna explain. I'm just gonna get to the bare basics and be like, oh yeah, this is one I remember, and I forgot to put on my list.
So what is it?
Oh, the Wii.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Wii was I would contest that game that console has a better library than the Wii U.
No one would disagree with you.
Yeah.
The Wii U never lived,
The
bro.
Wii U had a good lineup. What do
The
you
Wii U had a great lineup. It's also all on the Nintendo Switch.
Well, it doesn't mean that
That's
the
a good
lineup's worse than the Wii. Most of those games are also on.
Well, the
Yeah,
problem
I
is
think
I
the
like
Wii-
the
I think
Wii
the
U
Wii had
over
a-
the Wii for very specific titles, but as a whole,
I think the
Wii
Wii got really
is
weird
like-
with some titles, and now's that's what was really interesting when you start digging through. Like, don't get me wrong.
Actually, really
there's
quickly
so
put
much-
Wii U
there's
in
so
my
much-
honorable mentions. I love that thing.
There's so
I played
much like
Splatoon.
shovelware when
I
it
played
comes to
Tokyo
the Wii.
Mirage Sessions.
I've been
There's so much
to-
shovelware when it comes to the Wii. It's ridiculous. but there's still like a good bevy of like shit that's on there, and I'd say this with full confidence. I think that the Wii's library is just better than the Wii U's, and then I hate the Wii U console to a certain to
Actually,
the
that's
utmost
kind of getting me
degree.
thinking right now.
Why do you hate the Wii U?
I hate the controller. I never really liked it.
I love the
Controller was
gamepad.
amazing, man. Dude, did you use the gamepad, or did you just look at it and hatred fills your eyes?
I looked at it, I touched it. I only used it for Sonic Lost World, and then
That's why you hate it.
Then I got a real.
Yeah, that
controller,
explains
which
it. First of all, don't use the gyro controls in Lost World.
Fuck
Play
no.
Gyro
normally.
controls in Splatoon. Oh my god, gyro controls on that gamepad in Splatoon. Oh my god, still the best FPS
I
controls ever
can't
made.
give a
I will
shit
fight
about
you.
gyro controls
Really?
on that gamepad.
I will fight you.
The
but
one time I tried Splatoon, I felt like I wanted to default just to not using gyro, but I
you
didn't.
need to learn it.
Yeah,
But
I
once
didn't
you
play.
learn it-
I didn't play Splatoon long enough to have an opinion on that. But for Lost World, don't use gyro controls.
most
No,
games are
don't.
awful with gyro.
But then you're forced to use gyro on the 3DS version, and it's not fun.
Okay, see now you guys are making me second guess. Because
But-
okay, the Wii U is actually mad sick because I played Wind Waker, I played Freedom Planet, and I played Bayonetta 2.
Freedom Planet, let's go.
Now
I
that's a
played it
pretty
on there,
dang
too.
good list of things to play on Wii U.
So I think I need to put the freaking Wii U here because
When's Freedom Planet 2 coming out?
they've been working on it for years right now, haven't they? I think they put a
Yeah.
teaser a while back, but
Bayonetta 3, the biggest riverware to ever exist.
wait, how long ago was Bayonetta 3 announced? Wasn't it
Well,
like
Game
last
Awards,
Anime
wasn't it?
Expo?
Bayonetta 3 was like almost like launch of the Switch announced. Like I think it was Game Awards that year, or E3
2017
that
Game
year.
Awards.
Jeez.
Bayonetta 3 will come out when the next Switch comes out. Probably.
Bayonetta 3 will come out when Metroid Prime 4 comes out.
Yeah, so like in 5 years. No
Yeah,
big deal.
exactly. We are getting Dread.
Well,
Dread looks mad cool.
Prime-
We're an honorable mention
Actually-
right now.
Prime's development makes sense.
I thought
Bayonetta's
this was
doesn't.
everybody's top 5.
Howdy. Yeah, we're finishing up honorable mentions right now, I guess. So I guess real quick, okay, as you can probably tell, all my honorable mentions are for very specific titles. But I feel like the Switch has to go over all these because of like its utility as a console. The Switch is so convenient.
It's so good.
I got the Switch. People know this. I got the Switch for literally one reason, and it wasn't Smash.
Astral Chain.
I got the Switch for Astral Chain, and being able to play that game in like a handheld manner like took over my life. I kid you not. Being able to play Astral Chain wherever I was so freaking sick, dude. And I love Astral Chain. So I think I gotta put the Switch on top of my
30.
You bet your face runs at 30.
Damn right.
The game's still sick. 360, I attribute to mainly Halo and helping me get into fighting games because I played so much Third Strike and Persona 4 Arena. But there's another console that a lot of things that you play on 360, you could just I'll just say it now. A lot of things you can play on 360, you can play on PS3. So like, I guess we'll elaborate on it more later. But I gotta at least give props to the 360 because it was cool to have. And original Xbox, basically Halo and Fusion Frenzy. Dang, good times. Yeah. Huh?
Did you say the F word?
Yes, I did. We mentioned it earlier, in fact. Like, dude,
Twice.
Whenever I think of like owning an Xbox, it was me and my family staying up mad late and getting mad hype over always playing Halo together, and us playing Fusion Frenzy. And then meeting Luis changed my life even more with Fusion Frenzy because I didn't realize how much he can break that game.
Get over it, Ronald.
I won't get over it.
I'll never get over it, bro.
That Louis does is unimaginable in Fusion Frenzy, that's for sure.
This man was labbing Fusion Frenzy at home while we were all just going to knock out to have a good time.
Some consider it to be unnatural.
Oh, good times. Ewell, do you have any honorable mentions, or you just have your list?
PS3 for sure. Only because of Skullgirls. I think PlayStation exclusives are trash.
Damn.
I can't remember what exclusives there were.
Dreamcast only because of Marvel 2. I don't care about any of the other games.
That is fair.
Which is also a fair thing. Dreamcast had
I'm
a
looking
damn
at
good
this
MVC2.
list, and I don't think I'm gonna put anything else in there. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to like whatever. It's pretty much like whatever Nintendo consoles I don't throw on my top 5, I'm gonna throw in here because I ain't never been disappointed by a Nintendo console that I owned. I'm trying to think.
Nintendo good.
Man, we'll throw the Game Boy Pocket in there, specifically the Pocket, because that was my first hand.
No.
The Game Boy
Let's go.
Pocket.
Yo, I haven't seen a Game Boy Pocket since 1995. No, 98. I lied.
That got me. Yeah, that was my second console ever. My first console ever. You'll find out in my top 5.
That was my first handheld that I actually got. So yeah.
Also, MCM, do you have a list, or are you gonna make one on the fly?
I have a list, but I think I only have one honorable mention.
Okay.
And like,
what
let's
is
see.
it?
I would say the PlayStation 1, honestly.
Dang, that's making me second guess some things now. I
mean,
PlayStation.
well, I shouldn't say. I should say overrated. I think it was no. Yeah, it was PlayStation 1. I don't know. I don't see if people touch on that one.
Hey, hold on, Aiden. The PS3 controller wasn't terrible.
No, it was.
Why didn't we get the boomerang?
Rhonda, did you play a launch PS3 controller?
Wait, a launch PS3? What were the different ones?
No, DualShock port.
There was a PS3 controller with no DualShock?
They didn't have DualShock support when they first launched. And
they didn't have it for a year.
Yes.
Oh, I keep forgetting. Really, yeah, I had the later PS3s. I was like super late to getting a PS3.
You have the Slim.
Yeah.
But to add to that fun fact, in Metal Gear Solid 4, they even addressed that you can actually make one particular cutscene change whether you have vibration enabled or not. So they kind of refer to that in Metal Gear Solid 4.
On the floor. That one.
But what's it called? No, PS3 controller is ass.
I played a lot of fighting games on this. This was dandy. This was aight.
That controller feels like it was cheaply made compared to the PS2 pad.
Wait, like comparatively, you'd say this is worse than an Xbox pad?
No, wait. Do I think it's worse than an Xbox pad? No.
Okay.
Do I think it's worse than the one before it? Yes. Because the PS2 pad kind of felt like it was made to be durable. That one felt like you can just break it.
Yeah, the original PS3 pad is shit.
Oh, and definitely the Xbox. Definitely the Xbox was also
for your list.
Yeah, my honorable mention list.
Oh wait, Unknown Luis, you said you're coming up with your list, right? Are you still eating? Oh wait, frick, he's not even
disappeared without a trace.
Okay, so for now we'll just get into actual listy list stuff now. David, did you want to do one at a time until we get to top 3, or did you want to like do more than one? What do you want to do?
We could do the usual one at a time until top 3.
Coolio. All right, what's your number 5?
So number 5 is going to be this between the Dreamcast. They were pretty close in rank, but I decided to go with the Nintendo Wii over the Dreamcast.
Hey, there you go.
The original Wii, not the Wii U. The original. So there are lots of great things. The Nintendo Wii, to be honest, and this might sound like an awkward analogy, but the Nintendo Wii is like a curry that aged, but it aged. It started out great, but it really aged terribly. But its start was really great. Wii Sports, I remember, was really popular, and honestly, the PS5 is pretty much is a very similar era to the Nintendo Wii. Do any of you remember how hard it was to get a Nintendo Wii back when it launched?
Well, the difference between that is that this is like an actual shortage issue.
Wait.
Whereas the Nintendo Wii, that was forcibly like priced. That was a force. They were forcing for the demand of that really bad.
But it heck, it worked.
Yeah, so and Wii Sports itself was, I think, worth having. Well, that's exaggerating, but I'd say Wii Sports is one of those games that really made the Wii stand out. All
Great
the
introduction to the console.
exactly. Baseball, bowling, how you could actually, how it was almost like virtual bowling, and considering that was released back in the mid 2000s when technology wasn't nearly as good as it is now, I think that really was ahead of its time. And as good as the Sega Dreamcast I have to say that the Sega Dreamcast didn't really have that long of a life cycle. That didn't help either. So that's I decided to go with the Wii because the Wii did have a longer lifestyle, and it did have a lot more games I liked. Legend of Zelda: The Twilight Princess is one of the best single player games I've played. I've mentioned this in other streams. I'm mentioning it here now. It's the reason why, big reason why the Nintendo Wii made it on the list. I know Super Smash Bros. Brawl is definitely not a good competitive game, and that's stating it nicely. But in my opinion, it's a great single player game. I really like the story. I really like the story.
Subspace Emissary was game changing, dude. That was so freaking cool.
Yeah, and not to mention all those mini games it had, all the unlockables it had. I even like the fact you could actually use all the earned coins you had just to basically play a shooting game. You remember that? Yeah, almost like
they changed how you get trophies. That was sick, actually.
To unlock all the unlockables and all that stuff, all the unlockables, the mini games, the single player games, and there's just so much to do and so much to unlock. It's hard to believe that game is a 2008 game because that was really, really ahead of its time. And I kind of find it a shame how a lot of people who play Super Smash Bros. Competitively think Super Smash Bros. Brawl is like one of the worst games. And, I do agree it's the worst competitive game, but if many people could actually get over the fact that it's a bad competitive game to explore how great of a single player game it really is, and, even a casual game.
I really enjoyed it as a casual Smash player myself.
Also just heck of fun.
It did.
Yeah, it's just a fun game.
Not to mention the fact how surprising it was to add in Snake into Super Smash Brothers.
Yo, I know, right?
Yeah.
That was like one of the main reasons I was like hyped for it, to be honest.
It was so crazy.
Yeah. And I'm sure Ronald was happy that Sonic was added in.
Snake and Sonic getting announced. Like,
that was the best. That was crazy.
I mean, the main thing that was silly, though, was like how Sonic comes in literally at the very end of Subspace Emissary. You could tell they just shoehorned that in. But it was hype all the same.
When I saw Sonic, now I didn't see Sonic in like the opening, so me and my brother didn't know Sonic was on there. And it didn't unlock him in like the old-fashioned way how we used to do it in Millie. So when me and my younger brother first saw Sonic, this was back in 06, 07, we were hyped when we saw Sonic. I was like,
yo, he's in this freaking mind, didn't you?
I was like, mind blown. I was like, oh my god. I started to play Sonic because I was the only guy who could beat Taboo, and I was like, his taunt. I love Jason. What was his?
Jason Griffith.
Yes, his voice.
Oh, I miss Jason Griffith, man.
His voice, in my exactly. I think Sonic with Jason was cocky, and that's what I liked about Sonic.
That's a whole debate in itself, but I still think Jason Griffith is like peak Sonic voice acting, dude.
It was like, come on, step it up. Yoshi, so I was like, my boy, that's me. That's
what it sucks, bro. You just laughing. It's great.
I was like, man.
Also, Brandon, do you have a list, or are you just chilling?
List for what exactly?
Bro, do you even see what we're doing?
No, I see the list here. I just see top 5 video game, just consoles.
Yeah, we're talking about best consoles. So if you can make a list on the fly, feel free to. I think Luis is still making his list.
Sega.
Just Sega, that's
Sega.
it?
Just the Sega,
in general, just list 5 Sega consoles.
Does Sega even have 5 consoles?
Yes. Genesis, Saturn, Dreamcast, Master Drive, Game Gear.
Oh, right, those exist.
Sega Genesis, I think, was super fucking advanced for its time.
Genesis was sick. I have a bit of bias just because that was one of the first consoles I owned, but for me it's more of a nostalgia thing than an overall thing.
That's when I got my first exposure to fighting games.
That's how I got
Primal
more
Rage.
exposure to, because Nintendo came after Pokemon. So like when Pokemon came out, that's when I got exposed to like the Game Boy and the N64.
Well,
Another thing.
Go ahead.
I just want to say another thing I really liked about the Wii was the fact that it was fully backwards compatible to GameCube. You could add in Nintendo GameCube games. I really appreciate the fact you could actually
That's really cool.
Insert a GameCube controller into a Wii game. You know, Super Smash Bros. You could play it with a Nintendo GameCube controller. And in Resident Evil 4, it's really I really appreciate that fact that you could actually insert that disc and then play like you're playing the GameCube version of Resident Evil 4. I also personally like House of the Dead 2 and 3 Returns, how it would feel like you have an arcade game at home. You know, did any of you remember that, the House of the Dead 2 and 3 Return on Wii?
Those were
Not a fan of Overkill, to be honest, but I really like 2 and 3 Return. Yeah, those now I think the Nintendo Wii did like the first few years I think were really great. 2006, 2007, I would say 2008, they're all great. But I would say after that, I just think that it just kind of fell down in flames. The popularity of it just died out. And Wii Sports Resort, I think, was that released in 2008 or 2009? Was that released in 2008 or 2009?
2009.
2009. So yeah, that was one of the few games that really still stood out. That also was a great sequel to Wii Sports, but a lot of the games, just kind of vanished. It's like it still had some good games, but didn't have like I should say unique and it just lost its originality. It just felt more like an ordinary console than a console ahead of its time. I think that's what I'm trying to get at.
The motion control was like a Parkinson simulator.
Yeah, you're right. I thought it was good for.
I was like, do I have the shakes? Oh no, it's just a fucking crappy motion sensor.
Yeah,
That's the thing about the Wii that stood out.
But that was pretty much it.
Like, the Wii is great when it worked, because there are inconsistent stories all over the place, and it's the biggest reason why I'm glad we're getting a re-release of Skyward Sword finally. Because if your motion controls worked, a lot of games were fantastic. If you didn't have Motion Plus, or your Wii remotes weren't great, or you were in a weird room, it was terrible.
Fuck you, Sonic and the Secret Rings.
I knew you were gonna mention
that. Like, the technology was there, kind of. So it's like a lot of the Wii games were good. They were really good when they worked. Sometimes they didn't, and it was awful.
Secret Rings is the prime example of when the motion controls. Okay. Secret Rings is the prime example of when the motion controls worked properly. The game's actually pretty darn sick, but then one light turned on or something that throws things off, and all of a sudden you're struggling.
Man, I'd rather be playing Black Knight. That shit was whack.
Black Knight was my favorite. Like, again, I will tell you guys this. Black Knight was my favorite because I felt like I could use the sword. Okay.
Yeah,
the sword is hype.
With when me and Michael's playthrough, we're gonna get to it. I'm gonna give Black Knight a thorough chance, but the Wii, I mean, either way, like for its time, it was still a game changer. Like motion.
Also, fuck playing Sonic Unleashed with just the Wiimote and nunchuck on the warehouse stages.
Well, why did you not play the 360 and PS3 version?
No, Ronald, I platinumed the PS3 version.
Okay,
That's
good. Well, I found out. Okay, without too much tangents, I found out right away that you can just play on a GameCube controller and spare yourself the Wii Fit workout of playing the Werehog.
But then you're also just gonna kill your fucking LNR buttons.
I would rather do that honestly than swinging constantly. The only time I liked the whole boxing stuff in the Wii version was for the last boss, which we've mentioned that before. But
one of the benefits of the jank controls is that when you did Wii bowling, you could make it do some fucking outlandish stuff. shooting like missiles, like game-breaking speed bowling balls.
Yeah, there was definitely some funny stuff to exploit. Tim, I guess before we go on too many tangents, what's your number 5?
My number 5 is the #1 selling console of all time, the PS2.
Really?
PS2 is fire.
PS2's mad good.
Underrated.
I still play on my PS2 all the time.
There's a reason it's the best-selling console of all time. I'd say. I think out of the consoles of that generation, it had like a lot going for it. I think a lot of its exclusives stand out very well, and I thank it heavily for expanding my horizons a lot. I remember a handful of games on PS2 that I played a buttload. I played Armored Core 3, I played Kingdom Hearts, I played Star Ocean, and like those 3 alone, I'm just like, this is good. I don't really need much else. I didn't play a whole lot on it, because a big thing for me with a lot of the games on my list is I didn't have a ton of money and get a ton of games often. So most of the consoles that I had were either belonging to my siblings, or we only had like 4 or 5 games for them. So for PS2, those were like the 3 or 4 games I played. And I loved them, and they were mad good. And I was very happy to play them. And I remember I would borrow games from friends. I played Pac-Man World 2 on PS2. I played Gauntlet Dark Legacy on PS2. And I was like, these games are mad good. I played Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance on here.
That's another good one. Yep.
So PS2, I've got very fond memories, even with the few games I had for it, of being.
It had Shaolin Monks, all those different Budokai games, Budokai Tenkaichi. It had Solid Snake.
That was a stacked era.
It had fucking Crash Bandicoot. It had. Bro,
that's why, like I had said previously, that generation of consoles, 3 out of the 4 consoles in it are in my top 5, and the first one of them, the lowest one, is the PS2 in my list. But it's still dang good. I adore the PS2. I have no doubt that I will be hearing more about this console as we go on.
Probably.
The original Thought Hat games.
Yo, I remember getting super stuck in the first one.
I have all 3 of them.
I only had the first one and I got mad stuck in it.
Yikes.
Because I was a dumb kid. And then I was like, heck with this, I'm gonna play Kingdom Hearts.
Matrix, Path of Neo, if anybody ever played that game on PlayStation, that shit was OD.
I played one of the Matrix games on Xbox.
Did you guys pass me on the list?
No, not yet. Next is Esteban. What's your number 5?
GameCube.
GameCube.
Yep.
Spoilers is the only Nintendo thing on here.
It's a good Nintendo thing to put on there.
It is, though.
But, what's it called? No, that was a console I really enjoyed, and, it had a lot of really interesting, like, first-party games that, to me, like, were very experimental at the time. And I thought those were what make them very memorable for all the good and bad reasons.
Gotcha.
And, I remember getting it for, like, my birthday. My dad even got me those, like, portable screens for it that you actually put on top of it. And I was like, bro, that's sick as fuck. So I would play the GameCube on my bed with the screen on top of it, too.
Nice.
So, yeah, that's my number 5. I have a lot of good memories with the GameCube, so there you go.
Gotcha. Matt, you there? Matt?
TV remote go. There
Let me read some PC.
Matt?
I
think he might be having mic issues again.
I'm not dodging you, Matt, I swear.
I see his thing lighting up, but I
Yeah.
don't hear him. Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
Wait, is that him?
It sounded like him.
Yes.
Oh, he's cutting in and out.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Has anyone made the joke for the
Yeah, if it's
console
on the top, we
taking
can't hear you.
Wait.
Someone did in the comments. In
Oh.
the Twitch chat. It's spherical!
Also,
Well,
howdy,
come on,
Ardent.
dude.
Do you have a
Yeah.
list, or you chilling?
It's favorite consoles, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Or whatever
let's
you
say
think is the
console?
best, whether it be
Ah,
favorite
dude.
or just design, whatever
Hey, boy,
era.
I made a slight miscalculation.
Hey, I just want to clarify that I literally just came back. I was AFK for a little bit, so I was so I didn't really know what's going on. I just
No,
kept hearing
we
someone
were
listening
trying to
stuff.
get a hold of Matt, and we're gonna see if Ardent wants to
That's-
come up with a
yeah, I
list
heard
on the fly or
that's-
not.
That's why I started pinging you when I came back. So that's
Yeah.
I didn't really know what's going on.
No worries. Did you want to come up with the
I
list?
Who is that directed to?
You.
Yeah.
Okay.
For sure. I can tell you that number one.
Oh wait,
real
you're gonna
easy.
list it now? I thought you were gonna make it. I was gonna.
No, right now. I'm driving.
Oh, you're driving.
Oh, dang.
God. Oh wait, hold on a
Oh,
second.
wow.
Wait, let me spell that.
It's okay, I'm listening. If people throw them all, I'll get them.
Yeah, and okay, there we go. Go ahead.
Yeah, easy number one, PS2.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
Yeah.
easy, super
That's my
easy.
number one also.
As in the top.
Number two.
Okay, cool.
Number two would be Xbox 360.
Yeah, I hard agree on that.
Yeah, and then we're just going down the list of like good old days of like middle school to high school. Number three, GameCube.
Yeah,
Yep.
I feel that.
There it goes.
Yep. There you go.
Yeah, and there it is, done, easy.
Perfect. Top 3. That's a great top
Hey,
3.
is this shit working now?
There you go.
Yeah.
There you are.
There it is.
It's a wow.
Yeah. It. What?
I'll be
wait a
back.
minute, what?
Okay.
Yeah. Oh wait a minute. Was I next?
Yeah, it's you
My
now.
number
What's
5 is Dreamcast.
Dreamcast. There you go.
Yeah.
I hope Digimon's happy.
I'm happy.
Yeah. Just because it was like one of the first consoles that got me into fighting games with my uncles and stuff. And then I love the peripherals for it, like all the light gun accessories, the arcade sticks, the games, Crazy Taxi, Sonic, obviously.
Hydro Thunder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Skies of
That's a
Arcadia.
salted game.
Yeah,
Sonic
Skies of
Adventure.
Arcadia. Just a bunch of weird shit on it.
And Triathlon.
I forget the name of the game. It's like with this weird fish that can talk.
Oh, Seaman.
Yeah, Seaman. Yeah.
Be
Yeah,
careful
that-
how you pronounce that.
Gosh,
So,
damn.
yeah.
Oh,
I
Seaman.
forgot to mention earlier when Soul Calibur was also a good game.
Soul
The
Calibur.
Dreamcast.
Oh,
Yeah, Soul Calibur. It was just
time.
a really interesting console, and it only was around for like a year and a half, 2 years, and then like it disappeared.
They just
Another
haven't
reason
recorded.
why is
Thank you,
just
Peter
because
Molyneux.
just because the burn disc and everything, it made it really super easy to own games for that thing because you didn't have to buy
That
them.
easy to pirate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was pretty fun.
Okay.
Well, that also killed the Dreamcast. Let's be
Yeah.
honest.
Yeah. Sega would have killed the Dreamcast eventually anyway with their
Oh yeah,
decisions.
yeah, definitely.
Nick, are you paying attention?
And they make some fucking sick RTS games now for PC.
Yeah.
They make the Total War games.
Yeah.
Hello.
They
Nick,
don't have to worry about money now.
Nah.
They got plenty of money.
Money.
They got saved. Nick, what's your number 5?
The PlayStation Portable.
The PSP.
Yes. I respect that. I
A
respect
pretty small penis.
Oh wait, that
God
actually.
dang. God dang. I knew someone was gonna say that.
I thought you were just being silly, and then I realized that actually matches the acronym.
look, man. As
Anyways.
soon as somebody started mentioning.
Rob, you never know that acronym before today?
Well, keep in mind, I never owned one.
You didn't even need to own one to know that.
Listen, man, I don't know all these things. But Nick, go ahead.
But yeah, I mean, it had a lot of good racing games. I actually didn't own one as a kid, but I go back and that thing has a lot of good games to play. Monster Hunters, racing games, like a lot of games I'm looking to go back and try as I grow up, like the original Monster Hunters racing games. Like, there's a lot of stuff there. So, it's a really good console. Racing games are like unreasonably good on it as well. Like some of my favorite entries in the Wipeout series. My favorite entry in the Wipeout series actually is one of the first PSP game was a launch title for the PSP. And then Ridge Racer on the PSP is amazing as well.
Racer.
And yeah, I mean for some reason like they're just so solid. It's crazy what racing games did on the PSP.
Shout out to Siphon Filter on PSP.
Which game? What?
Wait, what game, Esteban?
Siphon Filter?
Heard of it.
No, not Siphon, SOCOM, I'm sorry.
Okay. Sorry, I'm also trying to find something. Ewa, what's your number 5?
Alright, so first of all, we gonna edit the honorable mentions because I want to keep it at 3, but I'm gonna swap a few out. So I'm gonna take out the PlayStation 3. Yeah. I couldn't wait on this one.
Wait,
we're gonna take out the PS3, and we're gonna put in the N64.
Yay!
Because I realized the N64 doesn't make it on my list, so I gotta throw it on the honorable mentions.
Gotcha.
Because N64 is sick. I just don't have like 5. I just have only 5 spots.
Dude, I so
we're gonna take the Game Boy Pocket out because why settle for the Game Boy Pocket? That obscure version of the Game Boy when we can go with an obscure version of the Game Boy Advance. I'm going with the SP.
The SP?
Oh, they're gonna go with the fucking
that really obscure.
Game Boy PSP.
I don't know about obscure, but it was definitely not the. Like, I felt like out of all my friends who like had like a Game Boy Advance, like I was the only one with an SP.
Surprisingly, it didn't become like a mainstay thing. I feel like not everyone had an SP.
Yeah. All I know is those idiots had to get a light attachment, and I didn't.
Yep.
When I got
and I can still play the Game Boy. I can still play the Game Boy games, the Game Boy Color games, the Game Boy Advance games. We in there.
Yeah.
My first Game Boy Advance.
Oh wait, no, you could.
My first Game Boy Advance, I was, you know, like in Pokemon trainers, like back then, like you know, in the anime, like you were 10 years old, you were a Pokemon trainer. That was my 10th birthday.
Hey.
I got Ruby and Sapphire on my 10th birthday in a Game Boy Advance SP, and oh my gosh, I feel like a Pokemon trainer in real life.
Yo, that reminds me. That's sick. That actually reminds me of the time I got Tony Hawk's Underground for. And my apologies for the tangent, but I got Tony Hawk's Underground on Christmas, and I was playing it, and Chad Muska threw me a skateboard and said, "Yo, Merry Christmas," and I was just like, "Oh snap, let's go."
That's the best Tony Hawk.
That is the best Tony Hawk.
Brown.
Let me get to my number 5. It's the Sega Genesis.
Sega Genesis.
Man.
And that's because that's my first console ever.
Nintendo Genesis.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, if we're being objective, it doesn't deserve to be on my top 5. I feel like the N64 is better, but the Sega Genesis is my first console, so we gotta go with that. Sonic. That's really what it is. Like, there was Sonic. There's other games too. I think I had NBA. I think I had some type of NBA game, probably some type of NBA Jam or something. I don't know. I can't remember.
Did you have Madden?
I had, but Sonic. Oh my God! I had Sonic 1, Sonic 2, Sonic 3, Sonic and Knuckles. I think that's it. If there's any more Sonic games, that's nah. I didn't have that.
There's Spinball.
I had some 3D Blast. I did have Spinball. I had some random ass fighting game that I cannot remember for the life of me what it is. Like I will just never remember what it is. But I remember playing the hell out of it. That was sick. And it was tragic because one day it stopped working, and like I bet you it was probably just like a wire went wrong. But we ended up like trashing the whole thing, and it was like about like 5, 6, 7 years later, I was thinking about it, and I was like, man, I shouldn't have tossed that out.
Rick nasty.
I eventually ended up trading mine in because, for me personally, I mainly had it to still play Sonic games, but as y'all know, classic Sonic games ended up being on every other console in existence. So, and my Sega Genesis was falling apart anyway, so I just ended up getting rid of it.
Hey Ronald.
Yeah.
How many times can you count? How many copies of Sonic 1 do you have?
Dude. Sonic 1 is like... Is there anything Sonic 1 isn't on? Like, I'm dead serious.
Your fridge.
The Virtual Boy. The Virtual Boy.
Skyrim?
I think it's to that level.
Skyrim and Shovel Knight, which of the three is on the most things? Skyrim, Shovel Knight, or Sonic?
I don't think Skyrim is on Stadia.
No, I think Sonic is like everywhere.
Sonic
There's
1
so
is
many...
on a ridiculous amount of consoles, dude. It's on phone. You can play it on any phone.
On the Wii.
I was gonna say, you can get anything on phone now. You can get Sonic on your phone. You can get Sonic on your iPod Touch. That's how you know Sonic's been on mobile for a while.
My one and only
on the original
of Sonic
iPod.
CD is on my phone.
That's how I played Sonic CD. I played it on my iPod Touch.
Dude, it's
Sonic CD plays really well on the Ouya.
God, I haven't heard Ouya in years.
You're not gonna see it on this list, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I don't think anyone actually bought one.
Oh, wow.
I never did.
I plead the fifth.
Oh, what? That's the correct
Oh, shit.
response.
You
I did not buy
yeah.
one. I had a friend who did, though.
Damn, I feel sorry for that guy.
He feels sorry for himself too.
MCM.
We still joke about it. We're like, yeah, you're the one who bought the Ouya, and he's like, I know.
MCM, what's your number 5?
Shoot. Okay, so you're gonna have to take off the Sony PlayStation 1 and put that in the top 3.
Wait, like put it on your number 3 spot?
Yes, put it on my number 3 spot.
Dang,
I'll explain it. I'll tell you why. It's the 3 original it's because these three consoles have been with were the first consoles I have a very good memory of from back when I was living in another state outside of where I live now. So this is my big 3, but I'll spoil. The other 2 are going to be spoilers. Well, you pretty much. Let's just say it like this: you already know them. You already know them. If you don't, well, you've been living under a rock. Or pineapple under a tree.
Wait, so then
Comfortable rock.
do I modify your also howdy Luis. Do I modify your honorable mentions first? Or no?
I guess my honorable mention would be the Xbox 360. Like
Okay.
Mostly everything Xbox wasn't really
So-
like they were cool, but they were like not up there. Number 5, I'm gonna have to give it to the Wii U, honestly.
Hey! Top 5 Wii U placement.
Yeah.
And I would say it's more so because even though the Switch is really good, I think you should pay respect to what the Wii U tried to accomplish. That basically what made what the Switch is now. And I
It
think,
was a
like,
respectable starting point, at least.
It was basically what the Nintendo Switch was basically what has been an idea since I remember the Nintendo Power thing, a Nintendo Power magazine from way back when. And the Wii U was where I got to play Tekken Tag Tournament 2. I got to play some of my favorite games like Zelda Skyward Sword on there. Got to play the games I have on there. Dude, I mean, I just got to play a lot of good games on there, and also get to play with a tablet, and I get to go ahead and just like switch between them. I was like, this is really good. I mean, other than that,
cool.
there's nothing special about it, but I think it still holds a special place in my heart because
There's everything special about the ability to play your console without the TV.
That was
Like, that's amazing. If you're playing your console and someone says, hey, can I watch TV? You could say, yeah, sure, and keep playing.
yeah, that
could
was
play
revolutionary.
That's amazing.
Unless you're playing, dude.
Oh, my
There's a handful of
condolences,
games
Chief.
You needed both, but like, still though, the idea that was even possible is like, yo.
There were a few times that I did try to play Splatoon by only looking at the map.
There
Bro,
you
how
go.
do you do?
I mean, I'll say this. I'll say this as well. When I was 12 years old, I got Zelda Minish Cap for my birthday. So, and I lost the game. I think I traded the game because I couldn't. And now I got it back on the Wii U. And
Yeah, on the virtual console.
On the virtual console and Golden Sun 1 and 2 before I got it. I actually found it in an old, by some old people who owned a game, like a retro game store. And then I got those 2 on the Game Boy Advance. But I still have those 2 on my Wii U. From time to time I still play Golden Sun and Minish Cap, and I still got beat them. And Fire Emblem 7. I still
Yeah, Blazing Sword.
Yep. So that's why the Wii U holds a special place in my heart.
Makes
but
sense.
Hopefully, but yeah, it was something. I wish it did more. I wish there was more stuff to it, or it was did a lot more than just what it did.
The more part was the Switch.
Yeah, everything that the Wii U was going to have potential to do, they realized in the Switch.
Yeah.
I think the idea of the Wii U was that it was a prototype, and they needed to make sure to get the prototype out, and then see it once the real thing comes out, we get results. So.
There are like all sorts of things I remember when the Wii U was announced and the idea was shown of like taking it with you. I remember like day one people said, so Nintendo's gonna make a version of the Wii U that's all portable, right? That you can literally just be like, okay, and take your console on the go. Like everyone was like, this is what we need. This will be the next step. And then of course it was the next step. Like, it really was the pre-Switch. And that should say everything good about the Wii U too, because the Switch is amazing.
Exactly.
You know, I just want to say that I do agree that you know, I can see how the Wii U was like the beta for the Switch. You know, even though I don't have any Nintendo systems after Nintendo Wii, I still think both the Wii U and the Switch are good consoles. And you know, I think Nintendo was kind of lucky that they were able to make a Switch. They still had enough money to make a Switch, because I heard that the Nintendo Wii U, you know, it's a real shame, sold so poorly that I heard it really hurt Nintendo. So, you know, it's kind of a shame. I
heard that like Nintendo was so invincible by that point that the Wii U was whatever.
That's true.
It did hurt them, but Nintendo has so much money and success that literally, like, the Wii U was record-breaking losses, but even if they continued those record-breaking losses for 50 years, Nintendo was still in the black.
That's what I heard.
Exactly. It's a good thing.
So it definitely hurt.
It was a punch to the face. They were able to just shrug it off.
Yeah, I guarantee you, if Sega was in their shoes, though, they would have been doomed. They'd probably be shut down.
Oh yeah, that's probably that kind of story is what happened with like the Dreamcast.
Isn't that what happened with the Dreamcast?
Yeah, that's literally what happened.
If Sega had made a new console that was basically a console after the Dreamcast, let's say they made a console at that time and it sold poor like they did, Sega would not exist anymore. There'd be
they wouldn't even be around.
They were already.
Keep in mind, the Wii U sold more than the Dreamcast, so.
Was okay for Nintendo because
remember, still so poorly though, but that's true.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Because remember, right before the Wii U,
the point I was trying to make is that, you know, I'm really glad that Nintendo still, even though it's still so very poorly, Nintendo still had enough money to make a Switch, which I think is, even though I don't own the console, I think it's a really good console. You know, I played Mario Kart, I played Super Smash Bros. I'm like, wow, this is, you know, a really good console. So, and I heard Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild is really nice too. So
the Wii U not selling that great is like playing a low tier in a super busted game. Like selling like something low selling for Nintendo is still something they should just shrug off.
Yeah.
But yeah,
playing Donkey Kong, it doesn't matter that your disadvantage sucks. You could still cargo throw people at 70 and kill them and just be like, yeah, whatever.
or playing Wii.
But yeah, the mistake of the Wii U came right after the money printer that we call the Wii.
Exactly. They were already
they were ready.
Yeah.
Which I'm gonna talk more about that later on.
Yeah. I just want to say, I just to clarify, when I was talking at the Sega, you know. Yeah. I know the Sega Dreamcast, you know, didn't exactly sell well, to put it nicely. That's stating it nicely. But I'm just saying, if the Sega then tried again and so poorly, it would have killed them, because back in the late '90s, Sega was still doing fairly well. I mean, they had a lot of popular games in the '90s, so they were still doing fairly well. And you know, I'm just saying, if they made a console where their budget was very low, you know, in the like late 2010s, the early 2010s, you know. And they would have been completely doomed. So that's basically
Sega didn't need to try to stand.
Consoles.
Yeah, the Sega.
But a second Dreamcast would have killed them.
Yeah. Also, Unknown Luis is back. Do you have a list?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I have been spending the last 5 minutes working on the list.
Clutchbox. What are your honorable mentions if you have any?
Okay, so I have 4. Because if we're doing the top 5, I do have 4. So all of these I have played. But yeah, so my number 9 is gonna be a surprising one that I don't see anybody repeat this one yet. But my number 9 is gonna be the Nintendo DSi.
Specifically the DSi.
Specifically the
Yeah.
DSi.
Yeah, specifically the DSi because that was the one where I was playing a lot of like unique stuff for the dojo, and as well as this almost like Flipnote Hatena. I don't know if anyone's heard of that.
Hey, I remember Flipnote Hatena.
Bro,
Think of it as
no.
think of it as like Doodle Vine per se.
Well, we still
But,
need a DSi to play that obscure Blaze Blue game, don't we?
Blaze
I did
Blue.
play that. I did play that.
God damn it. But yeah, okay, so DSi, Nintendo DS, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, that's where I played a lot of the like Mario Party, Mario Kart, like trying to think of other obscure ones. No, that's really all I could think of. That's where I played Plants vs Zombies for the first time.
Hey.
Which looked like shit in comparison to like the console version, but it was still fun. But nonetheless, there's a lot of fun things to do in it. A lot of creativity within the games. Shut up, Sandy. Anyways,
What did he say?
No, she's acting like a child right now. Don't worry about her. She won't hurt you. Anyways,
What's your next one? If you have one.
so my number 8 is it's gonna go to the Game Boy Advance.
Yo.
So
Brought up.
so that one is where I play Yu-Gi-Oh, which I have now, and I'm very happy about
Wait,
it.
what's Yu-Gi-Oh? What's Yu-Gi-Oh?
Stairway to the Destiny Duel, Worldwide Edition.
Yeah, I respect that. I respect that.
Yeah, so thankfully I own it. Yay! Thanks to Sandy. That's where I played Namco Museum. I played the absolute dog shit out of Galaga. Still do. Ronald knows. Anyways.
Same here. I'm a big fan of Galaga as well. I'm a real fan of that game.
Yeah, it's
actually my
very fun.
favorite Namco.
Have you played Galaga Destination Earth?
I have not.
I recommend giving that a shot.
My
Get the
favorite
chance.
Galaga? Oh, no, not my favorite Galaga. My favorite Namco arcade game was Tower Draga.
Hey.
Nice.
That one's so
I don't
good.
know. That's what got me into like Zelda and everything, but man, that was a good game. I could never beat it until it switched. But that's a story for That's a story for another time.
There you go. So yeah, that's a Game Boy Advance for me. My number 7 may surprise people, but it's gonna be the original Xbox.
Okay.
Halo.
Pretty much what Ronald already said. Halo.
Fusion Frenzy.
Fusion Frenzy. Fucking not gonna deny that at all. Halo 2, Fusion Frenzy, Halo 3. No, not even Halo 3. I'm trying to think of the name. Like Odyssey or something?
Oddworld?
Yeah, Oddworld. Yeah, that's the one I used to play on the original Xbox, as well as Ty the Tasmanian Tiger, the original.
Hey. Dude.
I remember that game.
never got to
actually
finish
sick.
that game.
Yeah, I remember at the time I was having fun with it. Him throwing the boomerang and stuff. Yeah, I think that's all the main ones. I mean, if you want to add obscure ones, I guess you could put Big Mother Truckers on it. Which there's a sequel I found out a few days ago. But yeah, that's my number 7. OG Xbox. Absolutely love it. My number 6 is gonna go to the Nintendo GameCube. So, GameCube. I think the very first game I played on GameCube was Melee. Shocker. I hadn't owned a GameCube for the longest time until I was a teenager. So played Melee to its absolute casual fullest. Played Super Mario Sunshine a shit ton. Played the Incredible Hulk game, which is surprisingly fun. Just
so much stuff in it.
Yeah, it was a lot going on. It's pretty entertaining. So NBA. I'm trying to think of other ones. Oh yeah, how can I not mention Mario Kart Double Dash?
Oh,
you hit my. I forgot. You hit my heart right there.
Yeah. So literally the melee of Mario Kart games, but nonetheless, it's absolutely fun playing mini games with other people, especially when you can like do 2v2s and stuff like that. It was a lot of fun.
I remember now you got that game in my head, because I remember me and my younger brother, like my older brother and me were team duo too when it came to like sports. My younger brother and me were like the team duo for Mario Kart.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember just like me, Mark, my younger brother, just really do like I would be the driver. I was like the best driver, and he was like the guy who would hit people and like throw things. He had like the good aim. And there'll be times where we switch, like there'll be times like where it was like, okay, I can't do this stuff. Mark got a better reflex than I do. My younger brother had a better reflex, so we had to switch it out. But man, now that game really does, and it's also one of my favorite Rainbow Roads too. I had my favorite Rainbow Road, so that holds a special place in my heart as well. Dang.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of memorable tracks in there.
Dang, now you got a song in my head.
Which, by the way, I'm still waiting on Daisy's Cruiser to come back.
Man.
Anyway, but yeah, that's my honorable mentions right now. I guess if you want to add a number 10, you can put the PSP on there.
Okay.
Just because it was given to me when I was 13. I remember like a year within owning that game, my sister, for whatever reason, like chewed off the friggin' little analog stick on the bottom left of the PSP.
Jeez.
But some, yeah, I was so
Those
annoyed.
are replaceable, you know.
They are, but I don't know. It's kind of become second nature to play with that.
But the bitten off analog nub.
Yeah.
Bruh.
Oddly enough, right? Like, I literally look at PSP models and I see the analog stick. I'm like, that looks fucking weird. Like, I've just been so used to it. Like, okay, so God of War: Chains of Olympus, Midway Arcade Treasures, the Harry Potter Order of the Phoenix game, Coded Arms. Those are the few that I played a lot on the PSP. And
those
of course,
are excellent PS2 games too.
yeah, and of course Mortal Kombat Unchained, which had Frost Shao Kahn, which is cool. But yeah, that's my honorable mentions. I'm glad I was able to think of those on the spot.
What's your number 5 then?
My number 5, a little bit of bias, I don't care, is gonna be the PlayStation 2.
PlayStation 2.
So, the Mortal Kombat 3D era games hit the hardest. Shaolin Monks definitely hits the hardest. Always a blast playing it all the way through with my brother. Looking for all the secrets. Like, it's a blast. That's where I played Third Strike for the first time, and I was wondering who the hell are these characters? Why is Ryu and Ken, like Ryu, Ken, Shun, and Akuma the only returning characters? Why does this dude named Q put the opponent's head on his dick and then it explodes? Like, I had a lot of questions. But yeah, like those are fighting games usually come to mind when I think of the PS2. And then another one would definitely be the Namco Museum arrangements.
Oh,
those versions I absolutely enjoy because Dig Dug and Galaga specifically really. No, not just those two, but also the Pac-Man.
Yes.
All three of those games are absolute blasts because
all three of them have boss fights in it, which is pretty fun.
Final bosses too.
You can play with multiple people in them. You can like fight for the highest score. It's a blast, man. It really is. Sandy, we need to get to that ASAP.
I remember
What she said.
I remember.
And just recently, now that Sandy and I officially own it, Capcom versus SNK 2.
Oh,
So yeah, it's definitely another reason to play the game or play the console. So yeah, that's my number 5.
Alrighty. My number 5 might get mulliganed, but I'm on the fence because for me it's it's a constant thing with me is like how much of a game changer some of these consoles are. But I think the Game Boy SP is freaking sick, dude.
Hey.
I concur.
Like being able to, well, the Game Boy Advance was like a cool era in itself, but then having a light on your screen.
That's what I was saying. Yo, imagine not having that clunky attachment.
Dude, like an SP became essential, but that was the weird thing. It was like, and I don't remember a lot of people having an SP. When I got my SP, it's all I played, dude.
Because everybody already had a Game Boy Advance, I was late to the party. Therefore, by the time it was finally my turn to get a Game Boy Advance, the SP was available.
See, that's good timing.
Put it this way: kids enjoyed getting the SP because they no longer had to turn the light in their room to sneakily like play those games.
Yeah, like dude, you could play this at basically any time without the hassles of lighting.
And you didn't have to worry about batteries.
True.
Dude, that was the other thing. Was like,
was
yeah,
that
it
the
was
first rechargeable.
I'm pretty sure it was. Yeah, what's the first? Was it one of the first? Like rechargeable handheld?
That was the first rechargeable handheld ever.
Dude, that
No,
was
no.
so sick.
Oh wait, no, you're right. You're right. I was
I'm about
thinking
to
the Game
say,
Boy
what
Color.
is-
but I'm wrong.
I
was
forgot
thinking
about having to
Color,
put
but-
batteries in my Game Boy Advance.
Are you talking about the Nintendo made, or are you talking about ever?
I don't know.
I don't remember what else was even relevant at
Because
that
technically
point.
you could, because technically the Game Gear had a battery pack you can buy, and
They
that was
recharge?
rechargeable.
Oh,
Yeah, but how big was the Game Gear, man? That shit was huge. You were playing that shit portably.
dude, the SP, you could fold it. It was a tiny little square. Bringing it to school was like so easy.
I mean,
imagine playing
I
a
don't
Game
really
Gear
care.
in
I'm
class.
talking-
Imagine
I mean,
playing
I
a
don't
Game
really
Gear in
care.
class.
I'm just talking about technicalities.
Yeah, that makes sense. Just it's something that just has so much memories with me, and it's funny to say because eventually, I'm pretty sure this is what happened. I never 100% confirmed it, but at some point, I had it in my backpack, and I'm guessing I had too much books or something. But eventually, I cracked the screen on my SP.
Rip.
And the funny thing is, I never got a new one. I don't know why.
Ronald, now's your chance.
Honestly, I really should like just roll up to Blue Shell tomorrow and just get an SP finally.
Okay, so both of
An
our
SP
SPs
for like
fell
100
to
bucks.
tragic events.
What happened to
In my
yours?
case, mine got stolen out of my locker during PE.
Oh my god.
I never got another handheld until Gen 6 Pokemon came out.
Dang.
So I skipped the entire. That's the only reason why DS will not. Spoiler alert! Will not be on my list because I never had a DS.
Me neither.
Otherwise, like, Otherwise, like realistically, the SP shouldn't be there. The DS should be there because the DS could do everything the SP does. At least whichever one is backwards compatible with all the games.
Yeah, it was just a whole era that I missed out on for some reason.
Pretty much, yeah. I had to go back like through and with emulators play Gen 4 and Gen 5.
Oh. Because, like, just similar to how you guys are saying, like, some of these consoles, like, you didn't have it, your friend had it. The entire DS and 3DS era, I never had any of those. I played them from friends. Like, y'all have heard, I played Fire Emblem because of Anna. And borrowing her stuff. So,
I'm
like...
the same way. I didn't get a 3DS until way later. I got a 2DS from a friend who had 3 3DSs. It was like, hey, Tim, do you want this 2DS? And... I played Fire Emblem Awakening like 6 years after it came out, and like that was it.
Wait, the really awkward 2DS or the one that folds?
The original 2DS, the one that didn't fold.
The one that didn't
Oh,
fold.
Man,
The one
the
doesn't
one-
Killer on your
great.
pockets.
It's the big boy Game Boy Advance. It's a
Dude,
Game Boy Advance
you're-
on top of another Game Boy Advance.
Tell me that doesn't fit. Dude, any dude, that should fit in your pocket. I'm gonna be real
It
with you.
fits in cargo shorts.
It should,
Yeah,
it should
you have
fit in
that
your
cargo
pocket.
Wait.
pants.
It was still
The 2D
big.
I'm about
It
to
is
grab my
big.
2DS. It's going in my pocket right now.
It won't fit in my
Look,
pocket.
you just got big ass pockets. That's all it is.
So many.
Yeah.
2DS fitting in the
I
pocket.
actually
You're
really
wild.
great memories of the 2DS when I was in college, because we had like this local Pokemon scene, and
It's going in my pocket right now. Look at this. It fits perfectly. It's great.
it was so much fun. I wanted
Games
when we
and-
were on the SP. I was trying to
Fire Emblem.
bring up. I had the Shrek version of the Game Boy Advance SP when I was a kid.
You did?
Yes, I do remember that. Yo, I had the NES one. I had the NES and the red one. Those are mine. Man, try it.
It was just fucking wild having this green and orange Game Boy Advance.
That would have definitely turned some heads.
You had a Swamp 3DS.
Yes.
Man, good time.
I took that Shrek Game Boy Advance SP to my great grandfather's funeral.
What the fuck?
I was gonna say something, but then I heard Grandpa's funeral. I was like, "Oh, that's a big bad."
I mean, depending on your age, I mean, what are
Well,
you
and
gonna do
depending
while your
on, like,
parents do the business
Distance.
stuff?
Like if
After,
you're a
like,
distant
the-
relative.
After like your parents, after like the main part of the funeral, they're all in the banquet halls and stuff. After you're doing food or whatever, like, what are you supposed to do as a kid? I don't blame you.
Yeah, yeah.
It was just kind of funny when they was like, "Man, Grandpa died. Well, at least I got my 2DS here."
I'm gonna play Fire Emblem. Oh dang, Lucina died.
I can't
No
tell if it's
offense
a good
to-
thing or a bad thing that I can't
No
relate to
offense
knowing how
to
funerals are.
No offense to the deceased, by the way. I'm just saying.
Well, yeah, obviously. But me personally, I don't have
Oh,
as much.
The deceased don't have any feelings about the matter.
I actually, I hope that's not implying that you're being haunted right now because of your DS.
Imagine that.
Man.
Oh, jeez. Wait. So, Arden, did you have a 4 and 5 or no?
Oh yeah, let me go ahead and get that. Since I
He's on
recognized
mute.
that y'all were doing that. Am I so? No, I can't be so mute. I would have to say, actually, the Game Boy Advance SP would be 4.
It's a freaking cool console, bro.
Yeah, just through sheer the amount of time that I spend into it. And then I'm assuming we don't classify computers.
Yeah, we're gonna
in
keep
the
PC off because that's basically number 0. Like.
Yeah. Okay.
That's right.
Otherwise, I
That is a
cheating.
part of console.
I wouldn't be here. I would just put it
I'm
as 1
gonna-
through 5.
I'm gonna be real with you. I bring my laptops that were local. I play games on PC. I'm still putting a good handful of consoles ahead of PC.
I still need to play
Fuck
like a
my
handful
PC.
of games
I
on
hate
your
dealing with
PC next local.
I'll play, you guys get
I
Action
didn't play
Core.
Maiden's Spell or
you guys
whatever
get-
it's called.
You guys get Samurai Showdown, Action Core on my PC if I bring it, rather than bring my PS4. And
Yo,
then
that's what I do
getting-
too. I still hate PC.
Hey,
Well, 'cause
your
dealing with
console
bullshit.
Nah,
is
my
made
PC is
with my console.
my PC is
console builds
OD.
yours.
I have to put my PC at number 1. Do you
I
know
was
how
gonna
much
say,
this
some of y'all have
Spectrum
like
now?
actual rigs, don't you?
Yeah, I got
My
a god.
PC is over $2,000. So yes,
Yes,
I'm putting my
sir.
Yeah,
PC
you're
at number
trying to
1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Okay, what is the story behind you selling that graphics card?
I have a 3080 in my system, so I'm selling a 3080. I like.
Why do you have 2 to begin with?
They said I had a chance to buy a second.
You bought it?
Look, we're gonna talk about this later because I don't want to talk. I don't want to have GPU talk while we're talking about consoles. But I
I
have
don't
a story
have
for
GPU
you
talk
later.
ever. That stuff traumatizes me.
So yeah, by the way, if anybody's looking for a 3080, I'm selling it at MSRP because well, to people I know. If I know you, I'll sell it to you at MSRP. If I don't know you, I'm sorry. I'm gonna be that scumbag.
I'm gonna probably hit you up then.
It's tempting.
Oh, actually, wait a
Yeah, I don't
second.
need that
Hold
much
on.
power.
My bad. I forgot. I gotta make sure somebody else doesn't want it first. So hold that.
About to
My
get
bad.
some
That's
eBay
fair, that's fair.
bidding going.
Because I did offer it to somebody else first, and they're still thinking about it. But if they say no, I'm gonna hit up these chats again.
Got 2 days. Arden,
We
before I
got
get
2
to David's number 4, do you have a number 5?
Yeah, I would say the PS4.
PS4. Oh.
Interesting.
My
Yeah.
PS4 is just an arcade box that plays fighting games.
I
like-
can't rank the PS4 highly, and anybody who's played on my PS4 knows why I can't rank the PS4
Oh
highly.
my God, bro. Nick,
that's
your
not
your
really bad.
PS4 is a nightmare at locals for some reason.
Yeah, Nick's PS4 is like cursed.
I think it's
Oh my
actually
God, it's
cursed.
haunted.
His disk drive isn't working. Like, it was so weird. It was essential for us to use it, but just the issues you've had with your PS4 are wild.
You just gotta go all digital, unfortunately.
I need to have
Dude,
discs.
Evo, because my setup ruined the match.
Oh man, good times.
Anyway, back to who said PS4.
Well, it's funny you mentioned PS4 here because I'll be bringing it up again later too. But David, you still there?
I'm not going to talk much about this, but I forgot one more honorable mention. That's the Nintendo 64.
64. Wait, who was it mentioned? Oh, it was you. There we go.
Who said Nintendo 64?
Yeah, because of Super Smash Bros. I appreciate how it started a really popular franchise, and Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time is a really good game, and San Francisco Rush. So I just wanted to quickly mention that. Anyways, number.
They did help shape the gaming, world development from some of their titles.
Yeah.
I'd argue that the PS1 was more influential than the 64 in that regard, but
Yeah,
Speaking
the
of the
PS1,
PS1, that's
PS1
number
was
4.
Fuego.
Oh wait, that's your number 4.
Yeah, speaking of the
There
PS1.
you go. It all works out.
So PS1 is not only did it revolutionize gaming, but it's also nostalgic. It's literally the first console I ever received. Frogger's the first game I ever played. I mentioned Frogger's in several other streams, and it's amazing how
Frogger
Frogger
3D
itself. It's Frogger 3D.
Yeah, Frogger 3D and PS1.
Yeah, it's
That game was
that
sick.
game, and the graphics for a PS1
Actually
game are
love
really
that game.
Yeah, the graphics for a PS1 game, they're really, really great. I mean, and it's considering it's a PS1 game, and it's a really amazing how ahead of its time it was. The gameplay was great. The platforming, I really like how all the stages had like different themes. There's like a construction theme, a woods theme, tropical theme, the classic stage Frogger theme, a spider cave theme. And that's just one of the games. Then there was also San Francisco Rush on the PS1, which I really appreciated. Hydro Thunder, and Tekken. Tekken 3 was the first Tekken game I played. That was just so much fun. It was definitely the turning point of the Tekken series.
PS1 is where I became addicted to fighting games, because that's where I played fucking the first Marvel superheroes. I played the first Marvel vs. Capcom on there. I played Bloody War. I played Fighter Gundam Versus.
Not to mention all the great Star Wars games.
Those games were sick. Star Wars Power Battles was one of those.
Yeah,
that game was sick.
The PS1 version was also really good. I did mention the Dreamcast version earlier, but the PS1 version was pretty good.
Yeah, it had all those Dark Forces and all those ports.
Oh yeah, and also Rebel Assault 2. I don't know who else has played Rebel Assault 2. That was actually really good. really
Yeah,
good
I actually
nostalgic
have
game.
a lot of those on my PC.
Well, we're on the topic of PS1. How can we not mention Metal Gear Solid?
Oh yes, thank you for reminding me. Metal Gear Solid 1. That it was also a really great game. A game that really revolutionized the stealth action genre.
I'd say
it was really great. The boss
probably
battles there.
that game is probably one of the most. I think I'd argue Metal Gear Solid 1 is one of the most influential games ever made.
Yeah, and that
if
was
not
the first.
Because it set the tone for what video games realized they could be after that, and now, like we see years later, like, oh shoot, all the best rated games are these cinematic games, like The Last of Us and God of War and stuff like that. Like,
I can't believe games can have story.
Yeah. And Hitman too. I don't know if you played Hitman, but that also got influence from Metal Gear Solid, I think.
But yeah, MGS just set the reality that, like, man, games can tell a story like a movie.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
There's entire dissertations on that topic.
And also,
I love that game.
but when it comes to PS1 games, just because of nostalgia purposes and how great it really is still to play, my favorite PlayStation 1 game is definitely Frogger because, and that's just my personal opinion, because of nostalgic purposes. Nostalgic reasons. And I think the reason why I really enjoy Fall Guys, it's really become one of my favorite games of all time, especially favorite multiplayer games, is because the gameplay just really reminds me of Frogger. You know, I think the only reason why it's not just like Frogger is because of the fact that they're not frogs. I mean, I think if whatever those characters are, if they were frogs, I think it would be exactly like Frogger.
Some kind of thing in a suit.
I mean, yeah, there's probably frog suits added later.
Yeah.
Also, my bad.
Well, costumes and Fall Guys, I mean. Yeah, there were. It's also getting a new season very soon. In about a week or two, it's going to have a season 5, maybe 3 weeks. They did announce it's a jungle theme, so that's definitely going to add in a lot more of a Frogger vibe to it.
Up again.
Yeah. Anyways, I think another. What were you saying?
I was going to say that after the podcast we did a few weeks ago, I had my buddy Danon try out a Jedi Fallen Order, and yeah, he fell in love with it. So
that game is sick.
That's a great game. Yeah. That's a truly great game.
That's one of the best Star Wars games to come out in a decade, period.
Oh yeah, it's fantastic.
I think of all time, honestly.
I still need to get it.
Yeah, it's really good.
Well,
I'm a sucker for nostalgia, so the KOTOR series I put over it.
KOTOR and Jedi Academy have really high marks for me.
Yeah.
I'm just glad that it's up there with
KOTOR,
them in that tier. It's been a long time since we have had a Star Wars game that's even close to their level. Like, that's great.
Does anyone
remember? Force Unleashed is pretty fire too.
No, I disagree.
KOTOR was. It was just dumb, brutal fun. I think it would have been
it was just
a much
cool
better
Star Wars
game.
hack and slash with like a pretty decent story. That's based on a novel series. That wasn't bad.
My favorite Star Wars game is Republic Commando.
Now I'm losing track of which
Public Commando. That one was pretty good.
I had this theory when I was a kid that KOTOR was going to be a 4-part game where whatever game was number 3, that didn't matter. But KOTOR 4 was going to have the same sort of character creation process of the first 3 games, except instead of choosing like Guardian, Sentinel, Counselor for your Jedi path, you would choose to be Revan, the Exile, or whoever the third person was.
I had to take you guys' word for it because
by the way, they're making they're doing a remaster. They're doing a remaster of the KOTOR game, so look out for that.
Wait, like actually confirmed?
Them? I was
Did they confirm it,
literally
or is that just
about-
a rumor that like?
I'll be back.
Okay.
I've heard the rumors, but has it been announced yet?
I don't remember.
I was literally about to say that I never actually got around to playing them, but the gameplay style is a little rough for me, and like I would love if it was remade in like a more like what would be the word, like real time.
A not early 2000s RPG.
It was like this
It's just-
weird, like it was like this weird pseudo turn-based
it is
type of
confirmed.
thing.
It was confirmed.
Okay, I thought it happened.
Yeah, it was confirmed in April of this year.
Right.
I will definitely play that because I've been waiting for a good way to play that game. It
Also,
syncs with me more.
I guess before the tangents go too far, Jim, what's your number 4?
Yeah, we just went off about Star Wars again. My number 4 is the Nintendo DS.
Oh, Nintendo DS.
I did not have the 3DS, as I've mentioned, so handheld time was spent on the Game Boy, and then the Game Boy Color, and then the Game Boy Advance, and then the DS. And considering the DS could play all the Game Boy Advance stuff, I figured, like, yeah, that's going on here.
Yeah.
The most specific reason I have for the DS, though, is because it's tied to a particularly memory of mine that's one of my biggest favorites, and the thing that to me stands out as the best part of the DS. It's not just local multiplayer. It's not just local wireless multiplayer. It's local wireless multiplayer even if they don't own the game.
That was actually pretty sick, and it
At the
made
senior
waiting at
meetings-
Anime Expo pretty darn cool.
At the senior meetings, my senior year of high school, I'm a nerd. Meaning I wasn't going to prom because I didn't have a girlfriend.
Oh.
Wait, no, I did have a girlfriend. We just didn't want to go to prom because it was
Wait,
expensive. But I had to remember that. Other nerds there were in the same boat of either we're going to prom and already bought their stuff because they're nerds and smart and know how to handle their time, or weren't going because they didn't have girlfriends. So the senior meetings, the first hour of it is them telling us about prom. To which all of us, we don't care. We've already bought our stuff. We already know what we're doing. So we're like, what do we want to do? I've got Mario Kart, and a bunch of them, we've got our DSs. Like, 2 people had Mario Kart, but everyone else just pulled out their DS, and we had 8-player Mario Kart going. And it was amazing.
Sad thing is that nowadays, when it happened, when that kind of stuff was going on for me, it was just everyone on our phone instead. Nobody got their DS.
We were doing that, and then after that all happens, the person talking about it was like, oh yeah, I got the speaker to talk to you seniors, and it's like some motivational speaker, and the first thing he does is walk over to the bleachers where me and all us other nerd kids were, and point us out and be like, I noticed you guys were playing this whole time, you were being very disrespectful, I don't want to bring too much criticism, I just want to say, you guys are seniors, you're as close to adults as you're gonna get, this is very unprofessional, and I feel ashamed for you. The entire time he says this, I'm thinking, I'm in forensic speech and debate. I'm going to state championships this weekend. In a competition that's entirely about being professional. But because I don't want to listen about prom for an hour and I'd rather have fun with my friends, I guess I'm not professional. Cool!
Wait a minute, this sounds like actually strangely familiar to something that happened during...
For you too?
Yeah, like there was a group in the bleachers that exactly that happened. Wait a minute. How old are you?
I'm 24.
Yeah, you definitely were in the same class as me. Like, this
what high school
exact
did you
same
go to?
thing. There was people playing Smash on their 3DSs on Clovis East. Smash. There was one group playing Smash on their 3DS, and that exact same thing happened.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't need
it's
to
just a
hear
trip.
about prom. I'm gonna play Mario Kart.
Like the first time I saw, well, actually, in that similar fashion, sort of. It happened at Anime Expo, where naturally the first time you go to Anime Expo is the big old lines. You're chilling, and like my friends even asked, like, "Yo, you want to play Mario Kart?" And like, guys, I don't have a DS. And one of my other friends is like, "Well, you can use my DS." And guess what? You don't have to have the game.
Yep.
And everyone's playing Mario Kart waiting in line for Anime Expo. That is freaking cool.
It's the best thing ever. The DS,
Dude.
like, I love all of the Nintendo handhelds I've ever used, but I give my most love to the DS because of wireless download play. Like, I got to play Mario Party with people that didn't own Mario Party. That's hype.
Speaking of Anime Expo.
Yeah.
Speaking of Anime Expo, Ronald, are we going next year?
Yes.
Or-
Dude, why Why do you even gotta ask? You know.
I think I'm
By the
going
way,
this
I
time.
hope everyone in this chat is planning on going to Anime Expo at some point.
I think a friend wanted to take me last year, and then the plague happened. So I think he's taking me this coming year.
Don't
Now
take
that I
it
think
back
about
to
it,
the Expo.
now that I think about it, I've probably gone to Anime Expo more than any other con or like any other big get together, pretty much.
Yeah, it's
in my
become
entire
my
life.
go-to summer vacation, to be honest.
Yeah.
Is there gonna be? Are they skipping it this year?
This year, yes.
That's what I figured.
Oh wait, yeah, we passed the time it would happen already. So next year,
Okay.
it's probably assuming it does happen next year, Anime Expo is gonna be freaking massive.
Assume next year that if
Where is
the plague
that?
doesn't kill all the people
LA.
in there when it happens, it's
I
gonna
finally
be.
buy the remaining love
Also
lives I need to
assume that
finish my
the-
collection.
Also assume that tickets are selling out immediately.
Yeah, the moment like there's any inkling of tickets like being ready, you need to have a browser open, and you need to be quick.
I'm gonna take a bet on
How
a
fast
friend
does
to
it
give
usually
me.
sell out?
I'm gonna take a bet on a friend to
Like
give me
minutes?
tickets for
Hours?
Usually they don't sell out until like a month before the con.
Yeah, like later on, but if you want
That's what
premiere
happened with fighting
passes
games
or even like anything remotely more than just like a single day thing.
Just set up a
Yeah.
group chat for everyone who wants to go, and whenever any news comes up, just refer to the group chat.
Yeah.
Usually they start selling. They usually start selling pre-sale tickets in like November, December. Usually.
The main
Wow,
go-to
that
is
just
the
straight up
Black
random,
Friday
but-
sale, but I wonder if they'll still do that the same way.
It's definitely one of those things where it's like,
They're gonna
alright,
sell out
especially,
before Black
especially
Friday.
with this damn pandemic, it's just like, alright, what events have I not done that I'd be interested in? And this was like pretty high on the list.
Don't
Anime
think I'm
Expo's
still
fun.
going to be in town, in the state, by the end of the year, let
Well,
alone.
I hope you're ready
You get
for
right
an
here.
expensive flight, my G.
Oh, it's going to be a drive, but yeah.
Oh, frick. Well, I mean, Anime Expo is big to the point where like people do come from like all across.
Oh, you mean to go
Dude,
to anime?
it's the only place where I've met
Are you like
people. Like,
Never mind.
Wait,
What was that?
it's the only place where I've met people besides Evo from like other countries without going to another country. You know.
You're better off not going to Evo and going to AX.
I
It
go
depends.
to all the above.
It depends.
Whenever
it
I can.
depends. It depends. Like you're waiting in line and then you meet people from like Germany or like Taiwan or like all over. Like I didn't know that there were fucking anime fans in Peru. What the fuck?
But what did you say before
Yeah,
you? Well,
I don't even remember, so it's probably not very important.
either way, again, we can talk about that another time. But Anime Expo is one of the things besides like other majors that I would really much like to go with like all of y'all to.
It's definitely a spectacle. You go there and you're like in your own little world for that weekend.
It's
I mean,
a grand
just-
old time.
Just hit me up whenever because that's not gonna be on my radar. So
Yeah,
just hit me up
no,
for info
Brandon had a
on
good
it.
idea. I'm gonna make a whole chat about it and stuff.
Okay.
Esteban. Wait, what?
No, go ahead.
Well, what's your number 4?
Oh, it's PS2.
PS2. Here we go.
Yeah, I think a lot of people already said their case about it, so what's there to really add on it? So, yeah.
That's fair. I just can't. I genuinely can't remember what I had on my PS2 because I feel like I had it for such a short time. I don't even know what happened. I think it
From that
broke.
perspective, what I had on my PS2, I had Star Wars Battlefront 1 and 2, obviously the Kingdom Hearts games. I had some import games as well. Ratchet and Clank, obviously. What else? Eventually, I dipped my toes into some of the other RPGs on it as well.
Did
That
you
was a lot
have
of fun.
Did you have Jack and Daxter, Jack 2, and Jack
I
3?
couldn't give a shit about Jack and Daxter on the PS2.
My man, we are gonna have a fight.
Also, if I want to be even more real, I think the Jack 1 is the best one, and 2 and 3 are shit.
Okay, I respect that. I respect that. I really respect that.
Because I think I honestly don't like the direction 2 and 3 go. And Jack and Daxter,
I love 3.
Jack
I
and
never got to
Daxter,
play
me,
this.
when you on the outside is like, when you look at it, it's like, what the fuck is this supposed to be? Like, it doesn't make sense to me. At least to me, it doesn't. So.
For real?
I never really cared much for Jack and Daxter.
Jack and Daxter was my game. Oh man.
But the only good one was the first one. But that's
Sly Cooper.
I never got to that until the HD collection, sadly enough.
Okay.
I never got to
think I
play
only
the
played
ones
Sly
after
Cooper
the first
3.
one. Oh. I only got to play the first one.
Though that's a good series though. Shadow of the Colossus, for as shit show the frame rate is, it was still a really good experience.
I played a demo.
I
What
actually
else?
never played the game.
I like Crash to Insanity was pretty okay for what it was. I thought Crash Rapid Cortex was pretty like meh.
Yeah, later Crash Bandicoot games are very up and down. Apparently.
So Crash Nitro Kart Race, pretty sick. So I had a lot of fun with that one. There's also Metal Arms, Gear in the System or something like that. That was a lot of fun. But yeah, there's a lot of PS2 games I have like a lot of fun memories of, but not to drag it on, but yeah, that's my number 4.
Yeah, that gives me a little bit of a reminder. I'll just have to try and get a PS2 again. Matt, what's your number 4?
You can trip over one and get one really cheap.
Really?
I'm gonna knock out my whole list right now just because this beer is making me sleepy.
Alright, what's your whole list then?
Yeah. My number 4 is the GameCube. It had sick. Yeah, it had sick games. I really like the controller. Eternal Darkness is probably my favorite horror game of all time.
Mad good.
Yeah, super.
That
good.
game only works if you're playing on a CRT. You play on a modern TV, it kind of just fucks up a little bit.
Yeah, I'm lucky I still have my CRT. My number 3 is the PlayStation 2, just because it had everything. It was my first DVD player, and I like the slim model a lot. I think it's the nicest looking console of all time, just because of how minimalist it is. My number 2 is the Super Nintendo, because it was the first console I ever owned. Had a bunch of great games, RPGs, racing games, fighting games, everything. I like the color scheme. It's one of the most iconic looking consoles of all time.
Yeah.
And my number 1 is the PlayStation 1.
PlayStation 1.
Yeah, that's probably my favorite era of gaming. When I was into gaming the most. Also, I think it's the best looking PlayStation.
PlayStation 1?
Yeah.
It has the best.
I can respect
intro.
that.
It has
Yeah.
the best intro.
Yeah, it has the best intro sound.
One of the loudest things ever.
Matt,
Man,
Yeah.
are you going soon?
Huh?
Are you leaving soon?
Yeah, man, I had too much beer. I'm sleepy.
No, it's cool. Hey, I want to know if you're still down for the weekend to go get some hot pot.
Oh, yeah? Hit me up.
What's going on?
Yeah, I just gotta wait till when Zeke gets up.
Yeah, let me
Where you
know, because I don't know, because I'm trying to go see the Anthony Bourdain movie, too, so might do it.
Oh,
this
what time?
Monday. Like 9:30.
Oh, like at night, right? Obviously.
Yeah, but there's only
Oh no,
one
we've been
place in
getting
town.
it way earlier, so that's the case.
Yeah, I'm trying to see it, but there's only like one place in town showing it. Kind of mad about that.
Ouch.
Yeah.
And I'll hit you up Saturday and see what's up.
Cool. But yeah, that's my list. PlayStation 1, greatest console of all time for me, personally.
Gotcha.
Nice.
Yeah. Alright, I'll catch y'all later.
Peace.
Alright, thanks for chilling.
Good night, Spire.
Ronald, if you're not busy, that invitation also extends to you if you want.
Wait for what? Okay, message me about it because I'll need to see if I'm even free. My time's all over the place. But yeah, I'll let y'all know then. And message me on Discord preferably because I got rid of a bunch of apps on my phone.
Alright, I'll just message you after the thing.
Coolio. Nick, what's your number 4?
My number 4. That is a good question.
I thought you had yours ready.
It is. I just gotta open up that DM I typed it into.
Oh, never mind.
It is the Xbox 360.
Hey.
Nice.
God, I love that trusty old towel.
Yeah.
Specifically, after they fix the red ring issue. What
No,
thing
that's
is,
good though.
the thing's reliable, a lot of good games, free online. That was the wait, reverse, not free online, but better online than the PS3.
Oh,
I was backward than that.
Yeah.
Better
Don't
online
forget
than the PS3.
Don't forget
And-
Xbox Live Gold.
And like just that generation of games, there was so much good stuff. But one of the big benefits that I think sets the 360 apart from the PS3 and gives it an edge is that there was actually a lot of those 2005 and 2006 games that like only made it to 360 for that gen.
Yep.
And so like the 360 is a really definitive place to play a good handful of like 2005 and 2006 releases. And there was actually a lot of good racing games that fall into that category. There was like 2 Need for Speed titles like that, including Need for Speed Most Wanted, which was like really good. So 360 is the best place to play that. I think Carbon.
Yeah, I played
I
Carbon.
think made it to PS3. I think it made
I
it to
played on
PS3 as
360.
well. Yeah,
Did the
but
Forza
still, I think the
Horizon
360.
series come out on 360?
Yes, Forza Horizon 1 was on 360. That was where it started.
Okay.
And then we've had the lot ever since they've been on the Xbox One. But yeah, and then yeah, also it was where Forza did come into its own. Forza got big there, and Forza's become monster of a franchise for racing. So I gotta respect the 360. The other thing is like even after the PS3 was out, like there was like a good 2 years where like nothing third party performed well on the PS3. So like you still want to play the 360 for like a lot of the mid 2000s games. So
Yeah.
and there's like a lot of good games.
Go on.
Not to mention that, you know, Halo and Gears of War were big there too. Halo Reach and stuff. Like 360 was really where Microsoft hit its stride.
Can we talk about how the 360 had like a lot of shmups that no one knows about?
I know, right?
It had like
also-
a lot of them.
You know what else the 360 had? It had like that indie storefront on it, like that little indie storefront. What was it called?
They had so many Avatar games on it, and I loved them.
There was so many like Minecraft.
You want to play
clones,
Avatar Fighter or Avatar?
Yeah,
Golf?
there's a lot of. It's almost like Steam Greenlight at the
Bruh. The
Yeah.
Impossible game though.
Oh.
It was actually a really cool system. I like the 360 has a lot of character.
You gotta play the classic. I made a game with zombies in it.
Is that the literal title?
That's
But-
the
but
title.
yeah.
And it's spelled all 2000 internet-y, so it's I made M-A-E-D a game with
As far
zombies
as an
in it,
exclusive-
XD, 5 exclamation points.
As far as an exclusive lineup goes, though, yeah, that's the best Microsoft ever has had it. Hopefully they fix that soon. But yeah, 360 is where Microsoft's best ever exclusive lineup was, and it really showed in how well it performed that generation.
I can't think of much exclusives on the 360.
Well, the exclusives are Gears of War, Halo, Forza was still pretty big back then. I mean, it's bigger now, but like it was like a big deal back then. But like Halo and Gears of War, those were all like just like that's as good as it got because nowadays people
Yeah.
kind of just expect those games, but back then they were fresh and new and like dang.
No, I get that. I think for me, like, I need more than just that, at least in my opinion. But I still
PlayStation
can't
wasn't
wait
doing
to
that much. PlayStation wasn't doing as many like big hitters back then either. Like
No, but it
PlayStation
came out with
nowadays.
a lot of weird, interesting stuff because they were so behind.
Yeah, but like PlayStation puts out like right now how PlayStation is like the first party titles are so high quality that it's like, oh my word, what is Xbox doing? But back then it was like a lot of the exclusives were kind of smaller. Like you could, like I think that the Xbox exclusives had more mass appeal back then than the PS3 exclusives. Whereas nowadays PS4 exclusives have mass appeal and most people like them and they're in genres they care about and they're so ridiculous quality that it's just a different thing now. Whereas
Yeah,
Xbox
I get that, but I kind of disagree with that a little bit. But that's just my opinion, though, you know.
Yeah.
But no, 360 was a pretty good console.
Okay, good. EOL.
Huh?
Wait, hold on a second. Oh wait, Arian, did you say something?
I was gonna mention like Halo pretty much like spearheaded the 360's entire success.
Pretty much, really?
Like almost alone. Like it became the console had successes outside of the Halo franchise, but I know that Halo 3 was one of the most just played games, period.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Halo 3 was like, no exaggeration, at least 80% of my time on my 360.
For
No,
reference,
Halo 3 was super big back in the day.
Halo was every version of Halo on any version of Xbox was the #1 most played Xbox Live game, literally from the beginning of the original Xbox up until the release of one specific game to finally dethrone any Halo from online, and that was Call of Duty Modern Warfare.
Okay, that makes sense.
So it was like a full 7-year period where people literally bought Xboxes and then 360s to play Halo or Halo 2 or Halo 3.
Xboxes have like
you bought it to play Halo with your
it's a
friends.
Halo machine.
Everyone did.
Man, I had Windows 7 Vista just to play Halo 2.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why I didn't get any orders because it already went off. Duh.
You good? Let's see. Sorry, I'm also checking ahead. EOL, what's your number 4?
Hold on a second. The GameCube.
Gamakube.
Oh my god, yo. Smash, Melee, when it's not competitive, that game is sick. Competitive, get out of my face.
That is
NBA
right,
Street Volume 2, come on now. NBA Street Volume 2, come on. Come on.
Hey,
Oh
wait, did you say NBA
God.
Street? Someone say NBA Street?
NBA Street is so godlike, dude.
Volume 3 was kind of trash, but the funny thing is about Volume 3 is it still had Mario, Luigi, and whatnot. That was hilarious. I loved that.
Mario,
yeah,
Luigi,
Soul
next to,
Calibur
real
had
people.
Link, by the way. That's sick. Oh my god. Yo, Link, come on
Oh
now.
yeah, Soul Calibur.
I think that character was trash too, but I don't care. But speaking of Link, you could play Ocarina of Time on there, but let's not talk about old ones. We could talk about amazing games like Wind Waker and Twilight Princess, because I played Twilight Princess on the GameCube. I played it normally. You losers who had to play it on the Wii had it flipped and was playing it with motion controls. I was playing it normally on a normal controller.
But it's
My man
also
Link was
Twilight
left-handed.
Princess.
Hey, you got to play left-handed Link. Link was originally left-handed. He wasn't right-handed. He was supposed to be left-handed. Thank you, Link. That's the true Twilight Princess right there.
Yo, Lefty Link. That's all I gotta say. Lefty Link.
It just feels bad that everyone cheered for the wrong Zelda game.
I'm trying
and
to think.
everyone booed the wrong good one.
I'm trying to think.
Well, I played Wind Waker on Wii U, so I'm out of that discussion.
Which is how it should be.
Yeah,
It's way better on Wii U.
Link, it's Link on the Wii U. It's Link left-handed on the Wii U version of Wind Waker. That's all that matters.
Yes, it's Wind Waker. He's always left-handed.
That's not something I wouldn't have. That's not something I would have noticed unless y'all mentioned it.
Man, I never knew Link was a freak.
For me, what's it?
Freaky Link.
Oh my
Who does stuff with their left hand?
Oh, and I played.
Anyone
what's the Madden? The Madden with Michael Vick on the cover. I played on the GameCube. Oh my god.
I've lost track of which Madden is which.
I think it's 03 or 04. I can't remember which one it is.
It's okay, Ronald. They're all the same.
Best football game is NFL Blitz.
Man,
Look.
Well,
Don't
my
worry.
interaction with fighting
That's
games now is
better.
listing them on eBay, so that's why they all blend together for me.
Oh God.
Man, what about Man
Madden
Away?
with
No
Michael
one talks
Vick.
about Man Away.
No one talks about Jeff Jam Bandetta.
What was the Madden that introduced the truck stick?
Gosh, I don't remember.
That one was sick too. But I don't think that was on the GameCube. I don't know, but like, yeah.
Either
I'm
way,
done.
the
I can't think
GameCube
of
has
other games,
so
but
much good stuff.
yeah. I'm sure I'm forgetting about a ton of other stuff, but I said everything I needed to say.
Gotcha. It makes me wonder then, MCM, what's your number 4 since you had
Okay,
something to say?
I'm going to be honest. I'm going to make these all done right now because I want to get into reading the book, and then I gotta get up early in the morning so I can go back to training and running. Because someone wants to go back to running track and field again. So we're gonna make this quick. All right, my my fourth place has 3 games in them. I'm gonna be honest with you. So let's go ahead and kill it off. We got the Nintendo Switch.
For number
The
4?
Wii. For number 4, there's 3 games. It's gonna be 3 consoles.
Wait, what?
So
Hold on there,
it's
what?
tied. It's a tie. I can't decide. So, we got the Nintendo Wii, the Nintendo Switch, and the Game Boy Advance SP.
Alright, bro, hold on. I'm gonna need you to make.
Hold up. Pick one.
I'm gonna need you to make a decision.
Nah, you bugging.
Bro, make up your mind.
And you picked 3. I was gonna say flip a coin, but you have 3 of them. Roll a die.
Oh no!
So here's my number 5.
You know what?
And then a 3-way for number 4, huh?
You know what? It's a hard one because like all 3 of them are so good.
Look, if you gotta shove the Wii U,
Yeah, the Wii U's
out-
going down honorable mention then.
I mean, you know what? I can't. Why? Why is it so good? I'm gonna put the Nintendo Switch down there because the Wii U is basically. I'll just keep the Wii U right there.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep it right there. Nintendo Switch. The Wii is always hype. It gives me my heart and soul. But the Game Boy Advance SP is gonna be my number 4. It's
Okay.
gonna have to be my number 4.
Man's trying to give me 3 number 4s.
Hey. In case,
I thought at first you were like, all right, here's my 1, 2, and 4. Nah, here's my 4, 4, and 4.
I was thinking like it's a 3-way tie for 4 and then
Is it
number
Jay-Z
1.
album or
Hey,
something?
number 3s, number
Right.
4, and number 9.
Nintendo Switch with extra drift.
Okay. Okay.
Wait,
Yeah,
so
Wii
then
with the analog shoot off.
wait,
Game
then
Boy
if that's your number 4,
Game Boy Advance SP is because that's how it spiraled my love for Sonic. I started loving. This is how I became.
oh,
a
you
Sonic
started with
fan
the
because
advances?
Well,
I
the
started with
Advance
fucking
series.
Sega.
I know I started with Sonic 1 and Adventure, but those games didn't make me a Sonic fan. If you get what I mean.
Oh.
Like what made me a
Filthy
Sonic,
Sonic fan.
What made me a Sonic fan was Sonic Battle and Advance 3. Those were my games.
That is fair. Because those games are freaking cool.
You know what else
Those
is
were
cool?
cool.
Sonic Pinball.
Bro,
That's also cool.
Sonic Spinball
You know what
is
else is
traumatizing,
cool?
man.
Sonic CD. Sonic
I actually
3D Blast.
loved Sonic Pinball.
Now number 2. Now we already got Sony PlayStation, so I'm going to tell you guys straight up. Favorite game: Crash Bandicoot, Spyro. What other PlayStation games were there? Parappa the
Mega Man X.
Rapper.
Yeah, rap.
Nah,
Crash Bandicoot?
I
Yeah,
didn't
dude,
grow
I
up
love
with the
that.
Mega Man X. Okay, Mega Man X. Yeah, you're right. Mega Man X4 is the first Mega Man game I've ever played, along with Mega Man Zero and Mega Man Battle Network. So
Mega Man Battle Network, man. Let's go.
Oh, dang.
that was
Really?
my
I've been
first Mega Man
eyeballing
game.
those games at Blue Shell.
I was waiting for someone to do the what am I fighting for?
I can't do that. I'm not good at- I'm not
What
good
am
at
I
that.
fighting for?
There you go.
I
Moving
was
on.
supposed to be the one to fill your dark soul with light. Oh wait, that was the wrong one.
Wrong game. Wrong series.
And then
You
Time
went from
Crisis. That was
Blue guy
also,
to red guy.
That was also one of my favorites.
Time
So,
Crisis.
yes, best shooting game, best rail shooter in the in the
Ever?
world, in my opinion.
Yeah, Sin and Punishment's pretty good.
Sin
I
and Punishment
concur.
is also pretty good, dang good. That's where it's going to lead me. But number two, is going to be the Sega Dreamcast.
Yeah, let's go Dreamcast number 2.
Number
Making the
2.
rounds.
And I'm gonna be honest with you, it's because of games like Sonic Adventure, Dead or Alive. I got games like Rayman 2: The Great Escape, and Rayman Rush. It feels like those games in the time where I was at, in the time back when I moved to Oklahoma, they were pretty fun games. And honestly, I remember my brother even playing NBA 2K, and we would have a blast playing like Rayman Rush with his friends and me and my younger brother. So I can remember Sega Dreamcast pretty well in a good light. Fortunately, the three systems, after we got the GameCube and the PS2 and the Xbox, we traded all three of my top three out. Oof. And it wasn't until I turned 20. Yeah, I think it was my 21st or 22nd birthday that I got my number one pick back. And that's the Nintendo 64.
Hey.
Yup.
And let's just be honest, N64 was pretty good. It was a pretty good console. Come on, it sprung a lot of good games that made me love the Nintendo like characters like Smash Bros, Zelda, Majora's Mask, and Ocarina of Time. Those are really Majora's Mask. I feel like I really like it for its darker tone compared to like Ocarina of Time. But now my two favorite games were Pokemon Stadium and Pokemon Stadium 2, and then Pokemon Snap was like, it was like right there in the middle. But they were all fun games.
I miss the mini games in Stadium. Those were fun. I will beat any of you in the Clefairy memory game.
You probably will beat me.
But can you beat me in the Magikarp game?
Oh, my timing for that was so bad.
Or can you beat me with Scyther and Pinsir and Stadium 2?
I can do pretty good in the Lickitung Sushi.
Ooh. I have to challenge you for that.
Yo, the freaking sound they made when you take the spicy
stuff.
Oh yeah.
Drowsy's mini game where it makes you sleep.
We need to bring that back to locals, man.
I need to go.
Real talk, the thing I missed the most from like events was Shenanigans. I missed playing things like Puyo and Fusion Frenzy with people.
Maybe that should be that should be the local tourney series I focus on, and then I'll leave the big stuff to full combo and all of them.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I think those are my favorite, like my favorite consoles. If I ever had the Holy Trinity with me, I would like do not call me. I'm playing Sega Dreamcast. I'm playing Sony PlayStation. And I'm playing on the N64. Don't buzz me on playing on the PS4 or your PS5 because I got the Holy Trinity here. And it's the N64, Sega, Sony.
Yep.
You got Sonic, Crash Bandicoot, and Mario.
You're set.
Yeah, honestly,
you
are set.
That's the Holy Trinity. Now let us pray.
Also, Arden, you're back. What did you say?
Oh,
Did you say something? I just saw that you came back in.
I don't think I really said anything. I think I am curious about if we're gonna be getting any striving tonight.
That was the plan. If someone else can host the lobby, though, that'd be good because I'll probably
Strive?
head back to Imaze before I get on to Strive.
Someone say Strife?
Well, I think EOL tagged you a long time ago for Strive.
Oh, I'm doing.
Oh, really?
Blue. You're gonna have
Speaking
to.
of fighting games,
You have to give me a couple
look
minutes.
at the bracket.
Come on, I was practicing drawing. I was trying to be productive.
Oh, sick. Speaking of which, I need to plan another draw stream. But Strive is happening tonight, yes.
What I was gonna ask is, Do you know if any locals?
So.
Like, you would be the guy to know.
Oh wait, I don't know if me or Carlitos put a link yet, but the Strive side bracket at the Smash tourney is on the 25th. Start time's probably gonna be 11 a.m.
Yep, it's still set for 11.
And
where's it gonna be?
So the Stripe
It is
bracket
at the
starts at
Santa Fe
11,
Bass
and
Restaurant and Bar.
the unofficial uni bracket starts at probably around 3.
probably yes. Hopefully, I mean, well, y'all better prereg.png.
I'll post a link in the Discord for y'all if you want.
Please do. I was gonna make an announcement about it, but I want to update the Smash
Posting it
TV
in
first.
I'll post it in general because I'm figuring that's more appropriate than
is that
Shenanigans.
next weekend or
Well,
is it
I figured you could put it in tournament also, but
Oh, that's
put it
it, yeah.
wherever works.
I will put it in both.
Aside
Alright,
from
I'm
that,
about
I'm
to go-
actually in the talks with the homie Drex. He sent the invitation to me to run some stuff with him. But like I said, I'm gonna decide whether or not I want to focus on smaller Shenanigans-esque stuff or like do more popular games. I don't know. I'll figure it out. But keep an eye out for announcements.
Guilty Gear Strive, but you can only use the heavy button.
What?
Hey, there we go. No, only you have to use.
Then
both
again,
5K.
actually,
Yeah,
if I do
yeah.
Shenanigans, a Strive random select tournament would probably happen.
Wait, but where would you do it?
I keep forgetting what Drex's shop is called. Bro, where is? I'll post about it in the near future. I got
If people
details
are going
find
to events, I beg of you, come to Exeter and grab me.
Well, if I can get a.
How far is that of a drive to Fresno?
Oh,
Like
shoot,
50
that's-
minutes.
Jesus.
Yo, you pay me gas, I can do it.
Bro.
Yeah, pay me back.
Yo, I'll keep you in touch on that. I got the money.
Yo, we're gonna
Or if
scoop
you
up
can-
the NorCal and SoCal peeps.
Or if you could drive me down there, if someone
And if
could drive
anybody
me
else
somewhere
wants to
out
get in that carpool, I can fit 3 people in
Wait,
that
MCM,
car.
I forgot.
It's
You're
easy.
closer to SoCal or closer to NorCal?
I'm closest to Sacramento. Let's just put it
That's
like that.
north.
All right.
Yeah.
We're Nick's gonna
That's
be
two
the
different
NorCal
carpools.
carpool to circle back to SenCal.
Yeah, bro.
Yo, man, I'll do it. We're getting deer skin and
Yes.
In the
efficiency,
Modesto,
bro.
and the
homies.
boys.
All right, but
Dang, locals
B-boy,
when we come back are gonna be freaking sick.
gonna be
But yeah, keep an eye out for announcements. I
Fun.
got some details to finalize.
Whenever you start publishing stuff on all the Scene War Revive, I promise you, you are the main character of the SenCal tourney arc.
For better or worse, I guess.
So,
I'm gonna need to
B-boy,
address my FGC current state soon, honestly. MCM, what?
I gotta head out, but make sure you look at the bracket. I just looked at Sugar Bear just got it done today.
For DTK?
You're going against you're going against Maki. You're up against Maki.
Bro, it's always me and Maki. He is one of my favorites, though.
Maki
Alright.
is really tough. Alright, I gotta go get Tao.
Good luck. Don't let him bully you.
Is anyone doing the Strive lobby with me?
Yeah,
Alright, I'll
well,
see
wait,
you guys
actually,
later.
y'all were talking. Alright, later's MCM. Y'all were talking about PS4 Strive, right?
Oh wait, no, PC.
If you're doing PC, I could join on that later too. But if we're doing PS4, someone else hosts in the meantime.
What are we doing, PC or PS4?
Arden, EOL.
I'm doing PC.
I think EOL still has. Yeah, I don't have the PC.
You're on PS4?
I'm just on PS4. I mean, it's getting late anyways, so like me going to bed early isn't like a bad thing.
Well, in the event you're still up, I'll let y'all know if I make a lobby myself. I'll just be heading to Nightmares before I play. Unknown Luis, what's your number 4?
Alright, so unfortunately I'm also gonna have to head out as well.
Do
So I'm gonna knock out the West.
Go ahead, that's fine.
Yes, sir. So, number 4 is going to be... What is it? Okay, so it's going to be the Xbox 360. So,
Dang, this is honestly ended up on people's lists more than I expected. I thought everyone was just gonna meme it to death over the Red Ring shenanigans.
no, this is obviously ARR, so After Red Ring.
After Red Ring, it's a whole era.
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't that a Realm Reborn? Wait a minute.
Yeah, it was several years BC before COVID. So, anyways, with the 360, with me not really being up to date with like PlayStation stuff because I've pretty much been on the Xbox train since the 360. That's where I got to play Mortal Kombat 9. That's where I got to play, Halo 3, Reach. That's still probably my favorite Halo game because of custom lobbies and the Forge, and just make all fun, like, creative match it. Speed Halo is easily the best thing I've ever done in Halo Reach.
Hey, Louis, do you remember the time they were promoting Halo 3 with Mountain Dew? They actually, there's a sponsorship going on. Remember, Cherry Code Red Mountain Dew actually had a Halo symbol on it?
I do remember that.
Remember that
Actually,
era?
no. I remember Halo 4 having that.
Oh, I remember Halo 3. Well, this was back in the mid-2000s, a long time ago, but I do remember that commercial.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing how Mountain Dew or gaming energy drinks go really well with playing multiplayer shooters. It's kind of like spaghetti and meatballs together.
Yeah. So the thing about the 360 PS3 era that I don't think anybody would complain that it has the best lineup of Call of Duty games. Like, it literally goes from Modern Warfare all the way up to Black Ops 2 and Ghost. Like, within that span, all of those games in there, like,
it's a good era.
Good, if not great. I mean, that's where I had my start with MW2. I really fleshed it out in Black Ops 1 and then so on. But, yeah, like with that, of course, all the other indie games, like the Impossible game was mentioned earlier. I downloaded all of the expansions to it, even though there was only like 3. Hexic, I don't know if anyone remembers that.
Yo.
But yeah.
I remember Hectic.
Yeah, played a little bit of that, and of course, Third Strike Online Edition, the best Third Strike version of
Objectively
the game.
the best version.
Yeah,
Holy frick.
pretty much undeniable. And for lul's sake, Battle Block Theater and Castle Crashers were amazing in it.
Battle Block Theater is like the perfect co-op game. I love it.
Yeah, it's great, man. The 360 had a lot of good stuff in there. Like the Xbox Live Arcade definitely shined and had a lot of bangers in there that most people didn't even know about. So my number 3 is gonna go. This one definitely hits close to home. Younger, nostalgic trip. The Super Nintendo was absolutely a nostalgia trip. That's where I was introduced to Killer Instinct for the first time. That's where I was introduced to Mario Kart, Super Mario World. The Star Wars game that was in there. There wasn't a lot. There wasn't a large selection within my grandmother's household, which was where I played the Super Nintendo, which is why it's not on my 2 or 1. Because I never owned it until only recently. But nonetheless, it had a lot of really good games in there. Like, I have to mention Gradius 3 just because of the music. So, yeah, that's Super Nintendo in a nutshell. KI was, my love for KI was born in that, so it helps. But my number 2 is going to be kind of controversial, but I have to put the Xbox One in here because it's a large selection. I know a lot of people, most would expect me to put it at number 1, but it's not. Even though it has a larger selection of games than number 1, it's still. I'm debating that. I'm just gonna leave it at 2. But yeah, Xbox One definitely did the right thing it did what the PlayStation didn't do, which was backwards compatibility.
Mhm.
Large selection of games, man. You get to play Fusion Frenzy in it. You get to play all the shit that we mentioned in terms of Xbox games in it. It's
There's
amazing.
Game Pass.
And the Game Pass, man. If you don't have Game Pass, what are you doing with your life?
Game Pass
So
is such a good
broken.
value.
Game Pass is
Yeah.
like busted. Like
Yeah,
how?
it really is. It really is, man. But
Whatever.
But yeah, obviously I have to mention the KI 2013. Huge bias, I know, but a man can have his biased. So
The man have his KI.
I do, and considering that it was mentioned recently, I'm very hopeful for the new console. So yeah, for the time being, this is gonna be my number 2. Has a very large selection of games. This is really where I started taking fighting games a little bit more seriously, and just became a little bit more explorative with my variety of games. So my number 1, very biased because, for one, it was the very first console I've ever owned, and a lot of bangers in there that don't even need to be stated, but I will anyways because it, you can never have too much of it, which is the Nintendo 64. So, with the 64, grew up with it. The very first game I played in it, probably the very first video game I've ever played, was San Francisco Rush. Cruis'n USA was right behind. Star Fox, Mario Kart 64, GoldenEye, Killer Instinct Gold, which was, it's kind of dated now, but for what it was back then, it was fun. Robotron 64. I'm trying to think of the more obscure ones. Ready to Rumble. Freaking Duke Nukem Forever. Turok 2.
Ever
Star
play
Wars
Battlefield?
Racer. I did not, but I've seen people play it.
That one was mad fun.
What's that? What's the Wave Racing 64 or
Wave
something?
Racer?
Yeah.
Wave
I
Race
played that one.
64.
For some reason, I always enjoyed the water mechanics in that, or the physics.
Really well done.
Yeah, it's very well done. It's like surfing on Jello. That's what it looked like.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, Nintendo 64 hits hard. It really does. And the fact that the Xbox One has several of those games on it is just like, ow. So, but yeah, that's my list.
Sick.
Be sure to like and subscribe to Waves Another One. Not, considering he's gonna be my future roommate. I gotta advertise for the dude so that way I get 10% off. Anyways.
Tell him to get in these freaking discussions.
They miss Phil.
Yeah, I'll definitely influence him to do it, especially when we're officially moved in. But yeah, in case y'all don't already know, Seti and I are currently working on moving in with Phil. So it's gonna be the 3 of us, and it's gonna be a blast, I think.
Hopefully.
So, well, that depends on Phil. But yeah. So thank you all for having me. Once again, I'm very surprised I was able to make a list in under 5 minutes, but especially after 8 hours of maintenance work, it is physically exhausting, but my brain is still jumping. I am Mexican after all. Anyway, have a good night. Alright, yo, have a good night.
Thanks
We're
for
going.
chilling.
Have a good night. Bye.
Later.
Let's see.
Yo, Nick, you playing or what?
Yeah, I'm playing. I was just doing the fishing stuff. I wasn't sure if you were starting a room yet. How do I start a room? I haven't started a room before.
Player match?
Also, Ronald, it's all covered up. You can't blame me on that.
That's not.
How many people are gonna be here?
First
No
of
more
all,
than
it's
4,
not
I think.
all covered up. Second of all, that's not the reason I'm questioning. Anyways, well, don't worry about it. I'm not even getting on your case. I'm the one doing the thinking. I might make my mulligan now. Maybe. This is hard.
Communicating with server. Communicating with server. Thank you. Very cool. Good thinking, Strat.
Dang.
What do you consider a mulligan?
Huh?
What do you consider a mulligan?
Taking one opportunity to swap things, whether it be move something up and push everything down, or like switch the places of two things. But for now, though, I'll just keep going as I was going. My number 4 is the GameCube. There's so much good stuff on it, and kind of like how MCM said, the Advance era is what made him a Sonic fan. I say the GameCube era is what made me a Sonic fan. Cause yeah, I'd had initial exposure to Sonic Adventure, but like playing the GameCube versions was like iconic for me. Cause I mean, not only were they just objectively better versions, but for Adventure 2, it added an entire multiplayer aspect to it, which added to the overall value of Sonic Adventure 2. And then along with that, there's just so much other games that I've had, played. Melee in itself is the whole thing. Oh, jeez. Good times. GameCube is sick. It was a good era. Which is why I wanted to, like... I was thinking about maybe not having it at all, but I feel like it's still a particular era that I need to acknowledge. Is the GameCube era specifically. Yeah. So... David, do you want to list your top 3s, or do you want to keep going one at a time?
I'll list the top 3.
How do I lock the room?
How do you what?
Alright, so, number 3 is going to, no pun intended, but it's going to be the PlayStation 3.
Hey!
Lock the room, you know?
Oh, what's up?
How do I make the room with a pass?
I'm just making it. That's fine.
You
make it you make the room. There's like a certain amount of people, whatever rules you want, and then it says, do you want to open it for everybody or specific?
Yeah,
and then you say specific, and it gives you a code.
Okay.
Sorry, but go ahead, David.
I would say the PlayStation 3 definitely could have been higher on the list, but first I'll say the negatives, which is why it only made it to number 3. The PlayStation 3 really did have a rocky start. First, it released a year after its competitor, the Xbox 360. The Xbox 360 released in November 2005, whereas the PlayStation 3 released exactly a year after that.
Neither company would ever make again.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So, and furthermore, to add insult to injury, is the fact that it was $600 as opposed to the Xbox 360. People at the Xbox 360, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the 360 was $400 at launch. Launch? I meant to say launch. Was it $400 at launch or $300? I'm not sure.
I don't remember, because again, I was lucky enough to get in on the PS3 late in the game.
Oh, I see. So the point though is that the PlayStation 3 was $600 at launch, and that was definitely much more expensive than what the Xbox 360 was. And lots of people a year after that already had the Xbox 360. And many of these people were PS2 fans who decided to get an Xbox 360. They're like, oh, it's the next gen console, I'll give that a shot. And then the PlayStation 3 came out, they're like, oh, I don't want to spend $600. I already have an Xbox 360, why do I want to get a PS3? So as a result of that, the PS3 era was really rocky at first, and further insult to injury is the fact that there weren't really that many good games in the PS3. There were like some good sports games. There was I think Resistance Fall of Man. Do any of you remember that game, the PS3? That's like the only real good game that the PS3 had. But so for the next few years,
we got a VIP.
Yeah, my PS3 library was very particular.
But don't forget Heavenly Sword.
Yeah, but it's definitely going to get a little carried away. I do have a lot to talk about, the top 3. So if I get a little carried away, just let me know and I'll put it down.
The top 3. Go ahead.
Okay. So now this is transitioning to the positive. One of the greatest PS3 games is definitely Metal Gear Solid 4. Metal Gear Solid 4 really did a great job at bringing back the Metal Gear Solid 1 nostalgia and the nostalgia from the other great games. There were so many Easter eggs, so much stuff to unlock, and a really super complicated story, but it was still a decent story. It was super complicated though, and to be honest, Metal Gear Solid 4, Nick, you're probably going to laugh when you hear this. Metal Gear Solid 4 was literally the first Metal Gear Solid game I played, so I had no idea what was going on, but it was still an enjoyable story. Yeah, I still enjoyed it. It was still really fun. The gameplay was superb. I mean, that's hard to believe this game was released back in 2008. It's almost like a PS4 game, That's how ahead of its time it was. I mean, I keep using repeating it, but I think it's.
And we can move it back in the middle of its animation.
Yeah. Wait, what was that you were saying?
Nick?
Wait, was he talking to the game or talking to me? I couldn't tell.
I'm actually not sure.
Guilty Gear.
Gosh,
yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, David.
So, anyways, and I also thought the boss battles were pretty good, especially the boss battle at the end with, I'm not really gonna. Is it spoiler okay? I mean, this was about 2008 game. I don't think anybody's
Metal Gear.
Metal Gear Solid 4. I mean, this is 2008. It's a pretty old game.
Frick, hold on a second.
I'll just say the final boss battle was super creative and super unique. Anyone in the chat, is everyone okay with this minor spoiler? Let's see in the chat. Is everyone okay?
I think you can go for it.
Objections, so you're fine.
I'm sorry, what?
So far, no one's had objections. Go for it.
I'll just say the final boss is almost like a fighting game, which I thought was really, really brilliantly done. And it's too bad that they didn't have one of that kind of stuff. And it was just a really great and fleshed out game. And the real shame, though, bringing back to the negative side of the PS3, is that it was exclusively for PS3. And back in 2008, the PS3 was still $400, and the Xbox 360 was only $200. So many people who were wanting to get a next-gen console, you see lots of people get a next-gen console 2 years after it's released. And the PS5, most of us are probably going to be forced to play it that way. But anyways, back to the PS3, you see a lot of people were getting the next-gen console. Lots of people get it 2 years after. They were like, oh wait, the Xbox 360 is only half the price of the PlayStation 3. I'm not going to spend $400 just to get PS3 and play Metal Gear Solid 4. So lots of people missed out on how great of a game Metal Gear Solid 4 really is. And it's a real shame because I honestly think it's the second best Metal Gear Solid game of all the series. I think the only game that surpasses it, and not even by far, by a slim margin, is Metal Gear Solid 1. Metal Gear Solid 4 is a really, really, really close second. So, and that's just one game. I played the crap out of Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas. Both of those were in the PS3 era, and I have already talked to death how much I enjoyed those games in other streams, so I won't say much here. I'll just say those are the reasons why I really enjoy the PS3. Another thing about the PS3 I enjoy is the fact that you can download some PS2 games and the PS1 games onto the PS3. I thought that was a really neat addition to it.
That's the reason I was able to play Persona.
Yeah, and some of the that's right. And some of the PS3 games, exclusive games, are really, really great. Like Heavy Rain. Heavy Rain was a really great story-driven game, and even had some good gameplay itself. Had a fair amount of replay value. Even though it's not an exclusive, I enjoyed playing Red Dead Redemption 1, Red Dead. What? Oh, well, I enjoyed playing Grand Theft Auto. I don't know if he's talking to me or the guilty.
You could pretty much ignore him.
Okay. Well, I enjoyed Grand Theft Auto 4, Red Dead Redemption 1. Both of those were on the PS3. They were great games, and the one thing that really makes me enjoy the PS3 a lot is the fact that you can use it as a Blu-ray player. You can play movies on it. If you don't have a Blu-ray player, doesn't matter if you have a PS3. I mean, if you want to have a family movie night, if your family doesn't play video games, hey, use your PS3, play any Blu-ray disc or even DVD disc. So, and you don't even need any extra software in there. So I thought that was a really brilliant thing in the PS3. And the PS3 actually did age well because some of the latter games, you know, some of the games later, you know, in its latter era, were really good. And you know, as the prices got cheaper, people actually started becoming more interested. And the PS3 actually did eventually surpass the sales of the Xbox 360. So it really did age like a fine wine. Whereas Nintendo Wii aged like a bad curry, the PS3 aged like a fine wine. So. So let's see. One of the I think latter games, I would say Red Dead Redemption was one. Another one I think was Grand Theft Auto 5. That was also pretty good. Oh yeah, not to mention Skyrim. I already mentioned Fallout New Vegas. You remember Skyrim was on the PS3? How great of a game that was. So and even though I don't play Uncharted, I heard a lot of good things about it. I've seen the gameplay on YouTube. It's not really my cup of tea, but I heard Uncharted is a real reason why. Oh, God of War. Look at God of War 3. It's a pretty good game too. So there are just so many great games on the PS3. The graphics were pretty good for its time. I mean, they're nowhere near as good as it is now, but back then it was pretty good. And yeah, I also enjoy the MLB baseball games. Has anyone played baseball video games?
I played one on the original Xbox that I had fun with, and that was oh, and NES baseball.
Well, the baseball games are really good. That's just kind of a frosting on the cake thing. So, yeah, that's the reason why I put the PS3 is because even though it had a really rocky start, it got fleshed out. There are actually a lot of decent games, and it's a very enjoyable console too. And even though there was an issue with the controller, we kind of discussed this earlier in the stream. There were lots of issues with the controller. Well, not lots, but there's an issue that there was no vibration on the controller, but that got fixed right away. So, yeah, it really did age well, and especially the newer version of the PS3 that can hold 160 gigabytes. You know, so you don't have to keep uninstalling or reinstalling games or flash driving games and all that. So, yeah, as I said, the PS3 really did flesh out. It really did end up aging very well at the end. So, any comments or questions before I move on to number 2?
No, you're good, I think.
All right. No, it's okay. You can laugh at me for the pun, but anyways, number 2 is going to be the good old-fashioned PlayStation 2.
All right, you're doing this on purpose.
Well, no, because then the PS1 would have been number 1 instead of number 4.
Oh wait, you're right.
See, he already took out the possible jokes by putting the PS1 down there.
Oh, dang.
No, spoiler, minor spoiler warning, but I'm pretty sure people are going to know what, especially people watching the stream who know me, what the number 1 is going to be. But anyways, right now I'll discuss the PlayStation 2. PlayStation 2, first of all, the fact that it's backwards compatible with a PlayStation 1, fully backwards compatible without any restrictions at all, or at least restrictions with most games on the PS1. I heard some PS1 games though can be a little wonky, can be a little wacky if you put on the PS2. But I think it's only like a few games. So the fact that it's pretty much fully backwards compatible with the PS1, and if you put a PS1 memory card, you can save it like a PS1. You can put a PS1 controller in there. That itself was great. The PS2 games, Tekken Tag 1, Tekken 4. I already mentioned how much I really like those games. Luis earlier mentioned the 3D era of Mortal Kombat, Deadly Alliance, Deception, well, to a lesser extent, Armageddon. The weakest of all, but still pretty good. Shaolin Monks, the adventure game. Brilliant game. Just absolutely brilliant. You know, that's a reason why the PS2 was really great. This is going to sound controversial. I've said it before. I'm going to say it again. A lot of people would say, hey, David or Papercut, add in Tekken 5. Me, I'm not that big of a fan of Tekken 5 on the PS2. I've already mentioned why on another stream.
Yeah.
But anyways, gosh, so many to discuss. Of course, the Star Wars games are pretty good. Battlefront 1, Battlefront 2, really great. Episode 3, one of the greatest movie games of all time. Speaking of movie games, Spider-Man 2 on the PS2. Anyone remember that? How great that was?
I actually never got to be able to. I never got to play the later Spider-Man games up until the Marvel Spider-Man on PS4. But everything between then, I never actually got to play them.
It's one of like the standard Spider-Man games are held to because of just how free you're able to swing around the city and do things. Like every other game, they're like, cool, you put the stuff in, but we can't just move around as Spider-Man.
Gotcha.
So and Spider-Man 1, the movie was pretty good on the PS2 as well. And even as it aged on, what was amazing about the PS2 is that it also aged like a fine wine because even after the next gen got released, people were still buying the PS2, people were still playing, and there were even still new games being released on the PS2. I think up until 2009, believe it or not, or 2010, something like that.
2014.
2014? That's insane. So yeah, that's you just supported my point. That's how popular and how long the PS2 era really did last. And I also appreciate that some of the early Naruto games, Ultimate Ninja games, even though some of them weren't as good as they could have been, some of the Naruto games are still pretty good. Let's see, there's just so much to discuss. Soul Calibur 3. Forgot to mention that. Soul Calibur 2, especially Soul Calibur 3, was a brilliant game. And I don't know if any of you remember this. This is pretty old, but do any of you remember the iToy?
I remember the iToy.
iToy?
It was
the command grab.
Yeah.
Yes, I remember the iToy.
You on Wi-Fi?
The EYE toy.
EYE toy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, see, again, now we're getting into territory of things that I've had to list on eBay, but I had no idea what they were.
Grab versus normal grab is just my option loses no matter what.
This is one of those things that was really
sound really crazy. If I'm giving you a haircut, it's a command grab. If I'm eating you, it's a normal throw.
Yeah.
Post is funny.
It sounds so weird.
Are you on Wi-Fi? Yeah, it sounds nuts. Are you on Wi-Fi?
No.
So the iToy.
My computer. I hate computers, by the way.
Okay, so your computer. Okay.
So the iToy
it's a 1060.
was really.
It shouldn't have this problem.
Here, wait, hold on. If you're gonna talk Guilty Gear, go to the Netplay VC.
We're gonna have to ask my things in a bit.
So
okay.
The iToy really was really did almost define. It looked like it was going to be the future of gaming. But for some reason that disappeared. But it's still really fun to play. It still looks like it. It's set in the future, and that's only a PS2 era game, and it was really fun to play because the thing is that you are actually the controller. There's a special camera that looks at you, and then you have to basically do certain commands, and you actually use your motion. You actually move for real.
This is the kind of thing that was technically ahead of its time when you think about it.
Yeah, really, it was
basically what the Kinect wanted to do. It did it first.
Yeah. I legit would never remember this if I didn't list it on eBay.
It was super duper ahead of its time. Not to mention GunCon. Remember the time when you could actually plug in, the Time Crisis guns, what they called the GunCon 2, and then play it like an arcade. So you can play the Time Crisis game on the PS2. That's another reason why the PS2 is such a great system. So it's a real gem, and it's so popular. It deserves the popularity. It's sold really well. It's one of the best-selling consoles of all time. One game I would like to mention is I really did appreciate Tony Hawk's Underground 2. It's kind of it's one of the few wacky games I actually enjoy. I'm the kind of guy who enjoys more, dark and serious type of games. But Tony Hawk 2 is one of the few lighter tone games or wacky tone games I actually enjoy. It's Underground 2, not Pro Skater. Pro Skater is pretty good, but I really like Underground 2 because I don't want to use profanity here, but I'm sure you all know the Jack A series. I'm just gonna call it the Jack A AS series.
Boy, thanks to my freaking friends, I do.
So I'll just say I really like how Tony Hawk Underground 2 really did a good job at fusing Jack AS and Tony Hawk Pro Skater together. Really did a good job of fusing those two together. Felt like those two games were together in a good way. I would say it, but I don't want to use profanity on the stream. So.
Well, I mean, no, you already know. You're fine in that regard. Just don't get me canceled. Aside from that, y'all can say whatever you want.
Damn, gonna get canceled over Jack. Ron, let's go.
Look, I had Ronald recite a whole ass crazy ass lyrics and whatnot. My God. So.
Wait, did you use the unlimited works?
Yeah, I had.
I wasn't there for that.
Do any of you remember Blitz the League? Blitz the League 1?
If you scroll up and up in general, you'll find it.
Oh dear. Wait, David, what'd you say?
Do any of you remember Blitz the League 1? I forgot to mention that was another good game on the PS3, but Blitz the League 1?
League?
Yeah.
What game is Two Potato?
It's I think the only mature rated football game. Pretty nasty football game. It's not designed to be taken seriously.
I vaguely remember hearing about this, but I never watched it. I never played it.
The frick is this?
Yeah, it's a crazy football game. Think of it as a football game on crack.
So NFL Blitz, but in the next era?
Yeah, it's NFL Blitz cross Mortal Kombat.
That sounds wild in a sentence.
Yeah. But what really makes it mature though is that the X-rays and the injuries, you actually have to see what's going on in the injuries, and it's pretty gruesome sometimes, especially in Blitz
X-rays in a Blitz game.
Yeah, that's actually I think what influenced the X-rays in Mortal Kombat, and no one ever really talks about this, but I think the X-rays in Blitz the League 1 really influenced the X-rays in Mortal Kombat.
They were pretty brutal.
Yeah, everyone always says the X-rays in Mortal Kombat 9 were really nasty and all that. I'm like, yeah, if you play Blitz the League 1, you'll know.
You can get hit in the groin and get a nice close-up of Pop, and it is very uncomfortable.
Yeah, Pop goes the weasel.
Bro.
Sorry, that's my joke.
Now I know this game exists, and I don't know if I wanted to know this game exists.
I'm sorry. Hey, I know you guys make much more intense jokes than that.
Well, again, I call this stream Soft R for a reason. Go ahead, continue.
I'm sorry. Anyways, any other? I'm probably leaving out a lot because there's just so many PS2 games to mention. But
like we mentioned, it's a very robust era.
Yeah,
one that
it's getting late, and I don't want to drag this on too long. So, is there anyone else want to mention any PS2 games before I move on to number 1?
I say go on.
All right. So, number 1, a lot of people probably predicted this, but whoever predicted this is absolutely right. It's the PlayStation 4.
Yep.
Who's the last person I mentioned? Where is it? There it is.
Does the command grab give you an afro?
Yeah, command grab automatically puts you in afro state.
The PlayStation 4, even though it doesn't have any of the fancy and creative stuff the PlayStation 2 has, it definitely makes up for that. And I'll start out with the games released back. In fact, I'm going to discuss this in chronological order so I don't get all over the place because there's a lot to say here. First, Infamous Second Son. Do any of you remember that game?
Yeah. Oh,
for platinum.
Yeah, I heard
nice.
It didn't get received as well as I would have expected.
It's okay.
It's a great, in my opinion, it's a great game. Sucker Punch actually worked with Sony, and Sony actually gave them early information on how they could use the PlayStation 4 software to fit in with that game, because Sucker Punch is directly part of Sony. So that's why the game, the graphics were really great, and they really looked like a legitimate PS4 game. So and it was released back in 2014, and I think it's still really fun to play. It's a great single player game. The story isn't really, I would say the story is decent, not incredible, but decent. I would say it has a couple of incredible moments, but it's a decent story overall.
Well, there's one important question I have that I've wondered about, even though I haven't been able to play it yet. Without spoilers, actually, it's kind of hard to address this without spoilers. Frick. Let me say this: does the second son come from ending A or ending B of Infamous 2?
They reference Infamous 2, but they don't linger on it.
Yeah, you don't. Here's the thing.
It's also a side mission, so it's not integral to the plot.
Yeah. So I'll just say you don't have to know Infamous 1 and Infamous 2 to know what's going on in Infamous Second Son, because it pretty much has, even though as Esteve, is that how you pronounce the name? Even though it's
Esteban.
I'm sorry, how do you pronounce? Steve. I'm sorry.
Or I call him Esteban. Well, do you like Steven or Esteban?
Whatever is easier for people.
Okay.
Just
so even though Esteban, it's just as Esteban said that there are some side missions that do refer to the first two games and all that. Overall, you really don't need to play the first two Infamous games to know what's going on in Infamous Second Son. I think that's also what makes it a good game too.
Makes it sound like a retcon almost.
And I also like how you could use the touchscreen pad as the controller and all that. And you could even shake the controller, kind of like a Wii and all that, for certain events and all that.
They presented the stuff they integrated.
Yeah, it's like how Metal Gear Solid 1 presented what you could do with the PS1. It's like Infamous Second Son debuted what you can do with the PS4 potentially if the developers know how it works. So only a lot less crazy kind of way.
Maybe I'll play
crazy
it eventually.
Not insulting Metal Gear Solid 1. I mean crazy in a good way, but Infamous Second Son wasn't as crazy. It described it in a lot more simple way.
Yeah.
And the mini games are great. So, anyways, after that, I've already talked to death how much I like Watch Dogs 1, so I'm not really gonna say much about that. That was another thing that got me to like the PS4 early on. And then 2015, that was when actually it was released back in 2014, but then Grand Theft Auto 5 Remaster was released on the PS4, and that was pretty good. It really did a great job upping the game from the PS3 era of Grand Theft Auto 5. So that was really good. So in 2015 there was Batman Arkham Knight, which was disappointing. I would say 2015 was, the weakest era, or at least in my opinion, my weakest era of the PS4, because both Arkham Knight and MGS5 were both disappointing. So I didn't really get much out of the PS4 in 2015. However, 2016 was real turning point of my video game career, because that's when I got into Grand Theft Auto Online. I actually became a hardcore player of Grand Theft Auto Online, and the PS4 technology before the endless amount of updates happened really did make Grand Theft Auto Online playable and so much fun to play in an open world game. It was like open world. You can play it anywhere in Los Angeles or anywhere in counties outside of Los Angeles. You could play in the desert. You could play anywhere, and there was just so much to do in Grand Theft Auto Online. The races, you could do PvP shooting. You could do group co-op missions. You could do heists. It was a great game, and I really got addicted to Grand Theft Auto Online, and back in 2016, and I really got into the PS4 again, and and then there was Modern Warfare Remaster was also pretty good there too, and then it's really interesting. I know Doom was pretty good. I haven't really played much of Doom, but I heard that's a pretty good game too. Yeah, so
very good.
Yeah, so let's see. I'm probably going to be leaving some games out, but that was that's what really got me the PS4. Was the fact that it how great Grand Theft Online was, and so I'm really getting tired. I'm probably gonna be I'm really starting to fall asleep. I'm probably gonna be leaving after I describe the PS4. So yeah, I might stay a little longer, but anyways, as I was saying, I really got into multiplayer gaming as it was like my main thing. It went from single player games to suddenly became a game player. Even though I did play a little bit of Modern Warfare 2 on the PS3, I did play some of it. I really got into multiplayer gaming in 2016. So, 2000
Not the intended.
2017 is when Tekken 7 was released, and I'm sure everyone knows how much I play that game. How I really play the crap out of that game more than Grand Theft Auto Online. I've really practiced it. I've go to tournaments, and that itself I think would be a reason why I would put PS4 as number one, because of how great that game really is, and how fun it is to play ranked matches online. And then there's also Resident Evil 7, in my opinion, one of the greatest games of all time. Great story, great gameplay, great nostalgic gameplay for Resident Evil 1. Forgot to mention that is the Nintendo GameCube for the Nintendo Wii. But anyways, Resident Evil 7 was really great story, really dark and somewhat realistic too. So, that was a great game. And then in 2018, what's interesting is that in the PS4, because I really got so much into multiplayer, I kind of toned down on getting like single player games. So, it's interesting how in 2021, how it's really only been like the last 5 years since I got into multiplayer gaming, and only last, I think 4 years since I got into competitive fighting games out of the whole time I've been playing video games for like over, I think, let's see how long, or like literally over 2 decades of playing video games. So, yeah. And anyways, sorry, I got a little sidetracked. Anyways, in 2019, there was also Mortal Kombat 11. I really got into that game, and then Watch Dogs Legion came out in 2020, which was pretty good. Before that, sorry, I just chronological order. So.
No worries. In fact, the more you mention the particular games, the more it's making sense why the PS4 would be your number one choice.
Yep.
Yeah. So the Mortal Kombat 11, and then Jedi Fallen Order. How could I forget that game? I was just mentioning that earlier. Jedi Fallen Order was such a great game. And the one thing that really did make me want to put the PS4 with no hesitation at all at number one is the fact that Sony actually offers free PS Plus games once a month.
Yep.
In every month. So I think that's just such a generous and brilliant idea. And even if you are not interested, you could just, if you're a PS Plus member, you're like, okay, why not? I'll save it. I can play it anytime I want to if I do have interest. So, Detroit Become Human. I forgot to mention that. That was also a really good interactive game. Same company that made Heavy Rain made that game, and it was also really good. Lots and lots of replay value. So that's pretty good. Yeah, Jedi Fallen Order, there it is. It's a great game, great Star Wars game. As a Star Wars, and as a pre-Disney era Star Wars fan, this definitely satisfied me. As a fan of Episode 3, that had a lot of references and vibes to Episode 3. It was like a perfect transition between Episode 3 and Episode 4. It had both of those vibes. So, and the lightsaber gameplay was incredible too. I wish they would make a fighting game out of Jedi Fallen Order, because I think it would really work.
How long ago did Fallen Order come out?
2019, late 2019.
Then, I don't know, Star Wars wise, what they would have planned right now. Then, so it'd be hard to know what to expect.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying I wish it never really did happen. But I'm just saying I wish it did, because
it'd still be
is
cool.
Very likely announced on the 25th of this month.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Based on what I've been hearing rumors of, it's very likely announced at EA Play later this month.
Oh, frick.
And also, here's a thing. Not to get too sidetracked, but EA is going to be losing the contract exclusivity for Star Wars games in 2023.
Oh.
So, and also another thing. And the reason why I actually did not include Star Wars, an open world Star Wars game as the games we wish would happen, is because I actually was going to include it in there, but I didn't do it because of the fact that they said that Ubisoft is currently making, Ubisoft, they created Assassin's Creed, open world games like Assassin's Creed, Watch Dogs, Far Cry. That's all Ubisoft. And that same company is going to be creating an open world Star Wars game. So I'm really looking forward to that. And it's probably going to be released after the time EA loses exclusivity to Star Wars games. So it looks like there's going to be a lot of good Star Wars games coming up because a lot of companies are going to be jumping in. Now they have a chance. And there's even rumors that a new LucasArts game company is going to be developing. So hopefully there'll be a sequel to Jedi Fallen Order. I'm pretty sure EA is still going to have the right to create Star Wars games. They just won't have an exclusive right to do it. You know what I mean? So yeah, I already mentioned Watch Dogs Legion in 2020. And of course, I cannot leave out Fall Guys. I'm sure everybody knows.
Yeah.
Everyone knows how big of a fan I am of that game. It's such a nostalgic game. To be honest, I really consider it a real sequel to Frogger PS1 because of the gameplay. Really like the battle royale and all that. I know Fall Guys it really isn't as popular as it used to be, and the popularity has gone down. But I honestly still like the game, and you know, as long as it stays alive, I mean, I'd be satisfied. And if it dies, you know, it was a good era, move on. But
not a good run.
But the point is that I don't think it's going to die because all the people who are, you know, who still play the game, they don't look like they're going to be going away anytime soon. You know,
yeah,
a lot
it still
of
has a
really...
very dedicated player base.
Exactly, and because of that dedicated player base, it's definitely not going away. It's not dying. And to be honest, I've said this before, and I'll say it again. And some people might think I'm weird saying this, but I actually like the fact that it's not as popular as it used to be, is because this way the developers don't have to worry about keeping their glory status.
The massive amount of people playing.
Yeah, they don't have to worry about fans complaining about everything. They can actually focus on what they really want to do. They can, focus on being creative instead of satisfying fan needs. Fortnite, Epic Games, there's so many people who just complain about everything. They don't have to worry about, they have to worry about dealing with all that heat and all that, how to satisfy customers, how to keep people playing. Fall Guys, now they don't really have to worry about that. They can focus on being creative. And it looks like that's what they're doing. They're taking their time to release seasons, which is what I enjoy. Nail it, then I'd rather have, a new season of a Battle Royale game nailed than rushed. So, point is that I still appreciate, the fact they released Fall Guys. I still, I'm not angry at Fall Guys status at all. In fact, I'm happy with it. So, was there any games in 2021? There are some games that I'm really hoping I can get a hold of. There are two major games I hope I can get a hold of because I heard they're really good games. That is God of War, the one that's set in the Norse mythology, I think, Norwegian mythology. Yeah. So and then Spider-Man. I hope I can get Spider-Man soon. So
yeah.
And also the Resident Evil remakes I heard were pretty good.
2. Wait, what all was remade so far?
2 and 3 got the most recent remakes. 2 was considered fantastic. 3 is okay.
Oh, I see. So, maybe I hope it becomes a free PS Plus game. So I'll definitely take advantage of that if that's the case. To be honest, I'm not in a hurry to get the game though. Another one though, a disappointing game though in the PS4 was Fallout 4. That's another reason why 2015 was kind of a bad year for me in the PS4 because Fallout 4 was pretty disappointing as well.
Right.
It was released back then, so I think I'm probably left out a lot of games.
Covered a lot of the main notable ones, I should say.
I'd say your bases are pretty covered.
Yeah. Resident Evil 8, though, that's more of a PS5 game than a PS4 game, and to be honest, I've already mentioned why it wasn't as good as it could have been.
Right.
And also, I had it and then I lost it. Let's see. So I mentioned, of course, Modern Warfare. I did enjoy Warzone back before the PS4 started to sound like a hairdryer. I did enjoy Modern Warfare as well. It was, I think, it was the first real good Call of Duty game in a long time. I did like the Infinite Warfare campaign mode. That was pretty good, along with Modern Warfare Remaster. That was a good combination. But the multiplayer of Infinite Warfare was pretty bad. as I said, the only bad thing about the PS4 is the fact that updated games now you can't really play on original PS4 without having it sound like a hairdryer. So
Tries
that's the only
mad
real.
hard for some games. Honestly, my
Yeah.
PS4 tries mad hard to play Strive.
Yeah, that's the only real downside of the PS4. But to be honest, because of the great era it had, I'm still putting it at number one because it had such a great era. That's not really the PS4's fault, that there's new games that are supposed to be on the PS5 but still on the PS4. So besides, if you get a PS4 Pro, I don't think you'll have much problem there.
True. Maybe I should
Though then again, the PS4 Pro is not exactly easy to get right now. So hopefully, not to get political, but hopefully with the COVID cases, if the COVID cases continue to go down and people start going outside more, maybe the desire for a PlayStation 5 or a PlayStation 4 will kind of go down and it'll be easier for some people to get it. So we'll see what happens.
Hopefully.
Yeah. And of course, I don't have a PS5, so I can't mention it. If I do eventually get a PS5 and I enjoy it, this list would probably get updated. Alright, so that's pretty much what I have to say. Any questions or comments? I'm sorry if I got a little carried away here.
No problem. I think you were able to give a very good list of reasons of why PS4 is number one because of all those games.
Yeah.
Yeah, you covered
Yo,
your...
this is so much easier, holy shit.
Without spoiling anything, you did cover some of the stuff that I'm gonna mention, but thank you for bringing your list still.
Alright. So I might stay a little bit longer. I'll mute myself, but this is pretty much it for me, so...
Alright, well, if you go to sleep, that's okay.
Alright.
Alright, Tim, go ahead and do your top three then.
And I will be leaving after my top three, because I'm getting sleepy too.
No worries.
My number three is the Sega Dreamcast.
Dreamcast making the rounds tonight.
So, like, I want to go in detail a bit on this thing, because, like, the Dreamcast, like, I say this as a guy who liked my Wii U for all the stuff it did and how unfair a deal it was given. The Dreamcast is really ahead of its time in a ton of ways. Like, the first thing that comes to my mind is how online capable it is. The Dreamcast has incredible online infrastructure. Like, not just online multiplayer, but like online games and online like storefronts. And this is a console that came out before the year 2000.
Yeah, that's kind of the wild
phenomenal. That is holy crap amazing that a console did that. Like, that's so good. And a bunch of games took advantage of it, but sadly, none of them took advantage of it in a way that in a couple of years, a little console called the Xbox would do with a little game called Halo. Like, the Dreamcast has so much going for it in, like, ways that are, like, genre-defining and, like, game-defining. Like, you look at Shenmue and, like, think, oh, this looks kind of good. Okay, like, this holds up pretty well. Wait, this is a game that came out in, like, 2000? This is a game that came out when, like, 3D people and voice acting quality was, like, still pixels? And, like, polygons like Mario 64 or, like, stuff like that? Like, what? Like, holy crap, that's phenomenal. It's amazing. Like, Dreamcast has so many great, like, specific games that are, like, pushing the boundaries of games so hard for its time. But the downside is that none of those games were things like Mario 64, none of those games were Halo, and things like the PS2 and Xbox and GameCube came out shortly after the Dreamcast and was like, oh, okay, yeah, we're just gonna sit in the corner now. And it's a darn shame. They're a couple of my most favoritist games of all time. Like, at least, like, they aren't great games, but games I just have a ton of fun with were on Dreamcast. And then Dreamcast was also a great place to play a bunch of arcade ports. Like, MVC2's port was great, Soul Calibur was pretty good. Like, it had a lot going for it in terms of, like, fighting game and arcade ports. So, Dreamcast, like, nowadays, I have a lot more love and respect for it. And it's a darn shame, because given how harshly it died, it's actually kind of hard to find games for it. And it makes me very sad, because I do not want to spend $400 to buy a copy of Illbleed. That's my number three. Number two is the Xbox 360. So, with me growing up and playing games, my very young childhood was mostly spent on, like, the 64 and the Game Boy. But, like, my teenage years, a lot of it was spent on the 360. And it's mostly because, again, like, as I've said, me and my siblings, none of us have a ton of money, so we usually, when we got our consoles or our own games, we didn't get a whole lot. The 360 was the console my brother got when he got a job. And so that was the console we were able to get a ton of games on. And then when my oldest brother ended up moving out, he was like, oh yeah, you guys can take the 360. So me and my other brother had it and would continue to get stuff for it. So it is like the console that around the high school time we were able to keep getting games for and buy Xbox Live to play online and like actually do everything and keep up with. So it was the one that really like broadened my horizons towards like, oh, I can actually play Halo online and actually play other people now. Oh, I can play these games. I can buy these online games and buy DLC packs. I can play New Vegas. I can play Oblivion because I've already broke Morrowind. And the 360 holds a special place in my heart because it's the 360 port of MVC3 that was what introduced me to fighting games and how I got really into it. And I'm very happy for that. It corrupted my sense in fighting games drastically because you should not start fighting games with MVC3.
Still a questionable place to start, but we all start.
It's not a game you should learn fighting games through. Because it will steal your perspective on every game.
Sorry.
So when I see people complain about damage being crazy, I'm just like, that seems about right. Man, the zoning in this seems crazy. Right. Like, someone talks about zoning being crazy, and I'm sitting here like, yeah, Morrigan can do infinite soul fists with 1 bar a meter. What gives? Get good.
Oh,
it never dawned to me to be like, this probably isn't okay. But 360 plays a pivotal role in like my sense of games expanding beyond just my childhood. So I very much love it for that. And it is one of the few consoles, like, most of my consoles I've either like sold or traded up to get newer ones. The 360 is one I still have on my shelf right now, with a handful of games on the counter. Because sometimes, you know, I'll still play Lost Odyssey, or I'll play Viva Pinata, or I'll play MVC3. Because dang it, these games are good. So, my number 1 is the Nintendo GameCube.
Got my Cube.
And it's because, going back on that whole thing of consoles we had, my oldest brother had the Xbox, my older sister had the PS2, me and my other brother had the GameCube. And specifically, when we wanted a GameCube, we traded in our N64 and all of our games for it, and a couple of games for that. And looking back on it, I had some really good N64 games. And I always think, like, was it a worthy trade? And the answer is yes, because the trade got me Mario Party 7, Melee, Pokemon Coliseum, Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door, and Pac-Man World 2, and I think one other game.
Yep.
So, all, like, super games that I, like, adore to this day, and are, like, go-to favorites. Like, the biggest thing and why, like, most of this list, I sat here wondering, like, what games were the most to me, like, in terms of games that, like, which systems had the most games I preferred the most. But then I also thought, what are the ones I still go back and play? And it's like, I'll play Lost Odyssey maybe once in a blue moon. Or I'll maybe emulate a Dreamcast game once in a while. Or I might go back and play a PS2 game. I will still play GameCube games on the regular. You don't see me walking around with DS emulator anywhere. I've got Dolphin on my phone. Because I want to take Paper Mario and Path of Radiance with me. Like, the GameCube and, like, a bunch of the games on it, like, are just huge defining things for me growing up. And my most favoritist games. Not my absolute favorite games of all time, but, like, you show me a game on the GameCube library and I'll probably be like, oh yeah, I loved it. Like, you want to talk about, like, Star Fox Assault, I'm like, oh heck yeah, I remember that. You say, like, Kirby Air Ride, I'm like, oh yeah, let's go with that. You talk about Double Dash, I'm like, heck yeah. You talk about any Mario Party, I'm like, let's go.
Resident Evil remake on the GameCube.
Yep, pretty good first. Resi 4 on the GameCube was really good too.
Oh yeah, you're right.
It was dang good. It's like, just like, I have a hard time finding a GameCube game I don't sit there and at least go, like, okay, yeah, I get it. Like, even bad GameCube games I remember kind of liking.
There's no number two you can
I was a
pick,
dumb
so-
kid, but I liked them. The GameCube's mad good. Absolute big favorite. Also, it's the only console that has an extra handle so you can beat people with it. I have no other idea why that handle is there, because that is not how you should be holding your console. Why does the GameCube have a handle on the back?
It's fine. It's
Well, like, seriously, why would you hold it like that? Because then the disc tray's all weird. The last thing I want to say, though, is I was very tempted for the meme to, instead of say my favorite console is the GameCube, say it is instead the, like, I think it's called, like, the Cube with, like a Q, but Panasonic made a GameCube that could also play DVDs. And I think it's called, like, the Q or the Cube. I'm gonna try to look it up. But they straight up made an updated GameCube that also had a DVD tray. And it was really silly looking, and I saw it at, like, a Melee tournament once. And I was like, what the heck is that? I think the thumbnail looked like it, so this might be it. Yep, that was it. Yep, there it is.
Oh,
It's all
what the
chrome.
frick
It
is
has a bunch of
this?
DVD buttons on the side, but it's still just a GameCube. Panasonic made a GameCube DVD player. And it was like, okay. I think it was like $600. It was ludicrously
It
priced.
looks like it would have been mad expensive.
And I don't know why anyone would buy it, but I saw it once and it was like, this looks fake. This does not look like a real thing.
Yo, and the fact someone made a video on this in 2017.
Yep. So yeah, the GameCube's cool. If you want to go extra, Panasonic made an upgraded version.
Panasonic Cube. Oh man.
Good on you, Panasonic. Alright. I'm gonna head out because it's mad late and I'm also really hungry. I think I had a very late dinner.
Oh dang yeah, go ahead and eat. I think everyone else is up either because they're chilling or they're playing Strive. So we should be wrapping this up.
Alright. So thanks again for having me. Great discussion. I liked this topic because of how much overlap there was. It was just everyone reminiscing about old consoles and games they liked. So I liked this one.
Yeah, like yeah.
Oh, I thought I would hate you for
Zeke
sure.
thought we were all gonna be arguing in this one. There's a lot of agreement with you guys' choices. In fact,
it was just a good time.
Yeah.
Yo, you gotta fix your shit.
Bro, I hate PC.
Wait, what?
That was perfectly timed.
Look, you gotta.
A
All
1060 should be plenty to run this game on low
Yo, what you
settings
got
with
You got low settings on?
720p. Low settings, 720p.
Oh, that's what I
That
There
was
is
just
no
perfectly
explanation.
timed of a you gotta fix. 'Cause
Yeah.
Is it a problem with, like, do you have this issue when you're in training mode?
I'll let them do their strat. Good night,
I
everybody.
think a
Alright.
little bit, yeah.
Laters. Oh yeah, dude, Ghost of Sushi is. Oh, I cannot wait for whatever definitive edition's coming out. Gosh, Ghost of Tsushima is such a good freaking game.
And definitive edition, you're right. It looks like it's gonna be good.
Yeah, before I gush too
Thought
much
I tried
about
my
that,
combo.
Esteban, what's your top threats?
Top three.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Oh yeah. So number three is the. God, wait. What did I say in my number? My number 5 was the GameCube. Number 4 was the PS2. Number 3. Oh yeah. Number 3 was gonna be the PlayStation 1.
PS1.
And what's it called? Afterwards,
With
'cause I'm
Punisher
gonna
2K.
just go straight down the list if you don't mind. 'Cause I feel like we've going on way too long.
Go ahead, it's fine. All right, ladies, David. Thanks for
I'm
chilling.
gonna be a bit of a mulligan though, and say like the
Done a
handheld.
mulligan yet? Go ahead.
The Sony handheld lineup,
So
which is basically the PSP and the PS Vita.
PSP or PS Vita's number 1?
No, like I'm pulling out a mulligan for my number 2 being the Sony handheld. Like the handheld lineup is what I'm getting at.
Oh, bro, there's 2 choices. Pick one.
I think you can combine the DS.
Alright, so
but
if I had
not
to pick
that,
one, it
because
probably
you
would
can't
be
just-
the Vita. Then the PSP would probably go straight down to my honorable mentions again. But Vita I went through a time where I like was playing that thing like a motherfucker, especially Marvel 3. But that was a really great handheld, and I still love playing. I still come back to it every now and then. It's I have a big ass library for that game, for that console. I have 2 Vitas and 2 PSTVs and 3 like 64 gig memory cards.
Dang.
Yeah. But besides that, so that's like my number 2. My number 1 is probably like the PS3 because that was the one I went through a lot with like some fighting games, a lot with some first party titles, and like it carried me through college, and it was like pretty great. And early high school, like I had a very mysterious like history with that, or not mysterious, but I had a very interesting like history with the PS3. But yeah, that's my number 1.
I'm gonna play this game in 360p. And it's still gonna stutter on you.
You have the textures down? Like, you should turn down the textures?
Yeah, that's about
Everything is down.
Yeah, for me, well, actually,
The only thing up is I'm gonna turn it off. I'm gonna turn off effect quality because apparently that's what makes the game look normal.
Turn off VSync while you're at it.
It's off. It's been off.
I don't know what to tell you, Chief.
We're going down to 360p.
Are you on like a laptop or a computer? Because I know you be playing. I've been seeing you on a.
Well,
You didn't see me on what?
I remember seeing you like. I've seen your laptop before. I don't know if you're playing on that, if you're playing on a PC, like how that works. I thought I remember
I'm
mentioning.
on my laptop right now.
Okay. Oh.
So my PC won't open the game.
Okay. Yo. Okay. Well, first of all, I'm gonna knock my list out of the way real quick.
I was gonna say it's you guys, because I have some
go
stuff to
ahead and put
elaborate
the
on,
3D.
but
Go ahead and put the 3DS at number 3, the Nintendo Switch at number 2, and the 360 at number 1. I don't really care to explain it. I mean, like those are just
go.
the Switch at
There
number
you
2
go.
and what at number 1?
the 360.
360. Also, howdy, Zeke.
See, that's how you make a list. Just go
3DS,
down.
I've spent too
Doesn't
much
take-
time playing Pokemon. The Nintendo Switch is literally the reason why I've lost 30 pounds since in this pandemic. And
Wait, what?
Oh, are you playing Ring Fit?
I play Ring Fit.
Oh, you're
I don't-
playing Ring Fit? Oh,
I
need to
only
get
play
on-
Ring
I need to
Fit,
get
so
on
it's
that.
actually changed my life completely. And mind you, there are other good games on it, but I'm trying to just keep it short. Basically, what Ring Fit has done is Ring Fit has enabled me to be able to like work out, just like outside of like I'll actually work out like outside of Ring Fit now, like strength training and whatnot. That Ring Fit can't really do for me. So I've just gotten into the habit of working out now thanks to Ring Fit, and I still do Ring Fit 2 times a week, but I used to do it 5 times a week, and I've slowed down on that a little bit.
dang, do I actually gotta try Ring Fit now?
Yeah, man. Make you sweat, especially during this fucking summer.
And yeah, the Xbox 360 is just like a whole era. Like, oh my god,
It
I
really
couldn't
is.
even begin to explain it.
Yo, Nick. Catch these hands.
Yeah.
Code's in
but
Discord, right?
Yo, get in this.
I'm not
yo,
sure
get
you
in
want to
this
get these
Discord.
hands because apparently it's buggy as fuck right now.
Get in the lobby. I got the code posted
Net play, right?
in fighting games.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I
But yeah,
guess Nick,
apparently
while
I'm
you
laggy as fuck.
just while you figure out your shenanigans, what's the rest of your list?
Me?
Yeah.
Shit.
Did you lose
You
it?
got until the intros are done.
3, the Switch. It's got Splatoon 2. I got good at Splatoon 2. It's fun.
That makes
But
sense.
yeah, Switch. It's cool. Number 2 is my spicy one. The Xbox Series consoles.
You're nuts.
So
Yes. The Xbox Series S is amazing.
I'm gonna
I have
maul you, by the way.
Xbox Series
I lied.
S.
You get counted for S immediately. Bro, I promise you the settings are as low as they go.
You are OD.
But yeah, Xbox Series consoles are great because they have the Xbox One titles and Game Pass, and the
Game Pass is
performance on the
OP.
Series S is like actually phenomenal for what it tries to do, ignoring 4K. Like the Series S and the load times are
Yes.
crazy. Like I think Xbox wins this generation if they get exclusive rolling. I'm gonna be honest.
Really?
And they have all the game studios going on. They have Bethesda rolling out games for them now. Like with Bethesda having proper time to actually use Xbox's resources to delay the games that they need. Like Elder Scrolls 6 is gonna be coming out. Starfield is gonna be coming out. Like Xbox Series S is about to be a really good console, and X obviously. But
When I wait out in the hot sun to go get a Series X, and I came out with one.
Series X and S are just really good. I got my Series S as just a PSO2 machine because I was tired of dealing with my computer. I hate computers, by the way. Yeah, the entire launcher for PSO2 just broke for a week, and I'm like, yeah, I'm buying a Series S.
Wow.
Yeah, so there's that, and but yeah, number one, yeah, PS3.
PS3.
Free
yeah,
online. Free online, and then Sony was actually good to the exclusives that I care about from them during that generation. So, yeah, there's that. I was trying to super there. Oh well. But yeah, so they actually paid attention to Mod Nation Racers. Wipeout got one of the best entries in the series there. They made a little Big Planet, which was
I gotta
my
adjust the
childhood.
lobby. I just have it on Infinite.
My man.
And
Hold on,
PS2 's
I'm on a.
good.
You would play May. Hold on a sec.
Well, what you mean? What you mean?
Wait, Zeke, well, quick tangent. You're actually sticking with May?
Yeah, I promised a friend. Well, two
I
friends.
thought you were just
I'll
trying
play
to
May.
flex. You're an actual May player. That's
I enjoy her a lot.
That's
You know
a
what the
little...
problem with this is that this is the first May I've played against.
See that?
Oh, yeah, that's
I've
your
never
first
played
one.
You guys are
May.
weirdos.
Oh, you
should
have fun with this lag, by the way.
Oh wait, it's laggy?
This dude specifically.
My computer's potato mode right now, and I have a decent computer. My laptop that I bring everywhere.
Did you
Yeah,
try
and
turning it
just
off
won't
and
run
on
this
again?
game without stutters. My desktop won't even open the game.
Holy
because
shit.
It insists that I don't have.
You gotta get
Search
some
and-
mods.
Oh,
my god.
Yeah, so earlier I
Oh my God.
I have several mod tabs open and I'm gonna try them out tonight. I found Ram with a baseball cap. That's freaking hilarious.
Ram with a baseball cap. That's the one you're looking for, dude. I know what you're looking for. You are looking for the Milia with no skirt, so you can see them thighs.
Oh
like,
wait,
come on now.
what? Hold on, what?
Yeah,
Uh-huh,
some other
yeah,
shit.
uh-huh.
No. There's some dirty shit with Ram too. I just
Wait,
saw that earlier.
Milia, no, well, you mentioned it and now I gotta go find it.
Okay, but like Ronald about the thickness, and Ram's not thick. Milia is OD. I'm
Yeah,
just sitting here like, this is
so-
not legal.
Take her every game.
I
swear to
probably
God.
would never in my life play Milia, but holy frick, she's so waifu. Like, what the frick?
Oh my god, Nick!
Oh
Dude,
yeah.
I
There's a
can't
potato
tell
mod.
you.
It's okay. There's a I mean, what's your specs on your laptop? Mine.
It's a 1060.
Wait, short skirt
Six
Really?
Milia? Is
gigabyte.
that what you're
Wow.
talking about?
It's a 1066 gigabyte with an i7.
This is
Like,
why
it
you should have
shouldn't-
bought my. This is why you should have bought my 3080 when you had the chance.
The 1060 should run this game fine.
You'd run this game in 4K if you had a 3080.
Wait, there's skirtless Milia? Yo, these modders are wild.
Yeah, they're nuts.
They are the future.
So the story, I've actually gotten a ton of 30 series
Fucking
GPUs over the
got
past few
nuked.
months. I've gotten my hands on a 3060, a 3070, a 37 Ti, two 3080s, and a 3080 Ti.
10 Milia without. What the frick is this?
So what I've done for
Okay.
most of them is I put one of the 3080s in my machine. I've sold a bunch to a bunch of other friends at MSRP, except for the 3070 Ti. I kind of scalped that one. I'm not gonna lie.
Hey, gotta do what you gotta do.
Let's see.
I
Also,
couldn't find
before
anybody
I,
to sell it to.
I'm gonna finish up this list before I get too distracted.
PS3.
Well, I think I might mulligan something slightly, but I'm gonna put all my stuff in ahead of time. The PS3, it was like the second phase of me getting into the FGC because 360 I played a ton
Played
of.
everything.
Actually, no. 360 is when I first got into online or Third Strike Online Edition. But when I had my PS3 is when I actually started like playing. Same with Persona 4 Arena. Like I played so much fighting game stuff on PS3, and then it's also where I played Persona 3. PS3 is just a very versatile console. It's cool.
Wow. 5K lost something in the air.
The Wii, though.
Wow. I'm dead.
Yeah.
The Wii is an era, but also the fact that it can play everything that was on your GameCube. The Wii is just really freaking good.
But yeah, I don't even think potatoing out this game is. I've already potatoed this game, and I don't need to potato it that bad for my
Nick,
performance.
it probably is a different issue. If you're trying to play at 360p and you're still having issues, I think something else is wrong.
It only goes down to 720p. It doesn't allow you to play the game in less than 720p.
What? So you're playing at 720
Also, thanks
and
for the
low?
follow. Sorry for all these tangents.
Low everything at 720p.
Okay.
Low everything 720p, and it still does it.
Yeah, we got.
It plays just as good at like medium, like it plays just as good at like normal settings. But I'm just trying to do anything I can to get rid of these stutters, and it's literally not the game's performance.
Here, this is what I'm gonna do. I gotta give the Wii U some credit.
What? As the...
Yeah, because like I said,
not too high.
no, think about it. The Wii U was basically the Switch prototype, and the specific games that I enjoyed the Wii U for were Wind Waker, Freedom Planet, Bayonetta 2, and like introducing the convenience of like not even having to play on a TV for like a console game. That was cool. Like,
it's a cool gimmick, but I lost that magic. Like, I don't know how long again. I was like, nah, I think I'm good.
I didn't lose that magic at all, because it's literally the Switch prototype. And the thing is,
like, I never had a
Switch-
purpose.
Huh?
I never had a purpose to use it, at least in my opinion, to do that because I have my own TV.
Well, I mean, it's not just about that. It's
me.
about the convenience of like being able to like lay down. It's the whole thing about portable consoles in general. But my thing of why I acknowledge the Wii U is because the Switch, like I said, there's literally one game that's made me love having a Switch, and it was Astral Chain. Aside from that, I haven't played my Switch in weeks. I still need to finish 3 Houses. I feel like the Wii U had more impact on me than the Switch did. At least comparatively, thinking back on it.
I like how I literally only bought the Wii U just to play Sonic Lost World.
Really?
That was my only motivation to buy a Wii U.
Interesting.
And then afterwards, I was kind of like...
I was the reverse. I played Lost World. It didn't get hard until the very end of the game, and then I finally beat the game, and then I straight up lost the game because I can't remember who I let borrow it, and now I don't know where my Sonic Lost World copy is.
And then you play the 3DS version, and then you tell yourself, why do I play games?
I didn't even get to play the... Well, I mean, I never had a 3DS, so I didn't get to, like, play it nor own it.
You're not missing anything.
So just gonna collect the... See, from the Steam Deck? Dang, what's gonna happen now once that Steam Deck comes out?
Card.
But this was a cool listing, and like the past streams, big nostalgia trip. Mentioned a lot of games too that either I remember that I enjoyed, or I remember that I have yet to enjoy them. But for me, the PS4 was number one, just because it's... I know I talk about how versatile the Wii was, but the PS4 has had some of like the most use for me ever out of anything. Like, not only has it been the FGC staple for me, it's had a lot of amazing single player games that have become my favorite games of all time. and it's also a DVD/Netflix machine for my fiance. So the PS4 is just, it has too much use.
It's DVD.
Yeah, well, DVD, Blu-ray. Basically, anytime I'm not playing games, I may as using it to watch whatever. Cause she has the Pretty Little Liars DVD collection.
I'm about to say like who watches on DVD anymore?
I'll get in
I forgot
You
why,
won't.
but she got the Pretty Little Liars DVD collection, and it wasn't Blu-rays; it was just DVDs.
Wait a sec. I think I played you before, Nick.
What? Somewhere?
Yeah.
Online randomly?
Yeah. Like early. Unless this is like the meme name.
You remember the horrific last
Unless this
fights?
is what?
Oh no.
no, I've had this tag forever.
Sneku? Wait, are you
No.
Sneku on PC?
No, in Guilty Gear Strive, I'm always PSO2 player.
Nice. Should have figured. Also, how do I? Hold on, I'm trying to get.
I think maybe
there we go. Here's the whole thing.
Did you play Milia before or not?
No, I've always played Soul. I've always just
someone
pressed
has
RA.
the same tag. Like a part of me felt like it was Joel. Yeah, I'm a maid player, man.
Wait, oh, actually, has Joel even been playing Strive?
I don't know. I don't play on PS4.
Oh, he has it on PS4? Because I haven't.
Yeah, I think he has it on maybe on both. I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, now that I have it on both, I can play with whoever, I guess. But whoever's still watching, this is the list. Like I said, this was a rather
4 hours
wholesome
to the
stream.
Yeah, where they're yelling, I need proof, guys. I'm gonna go to the archive and make
there
sure.
was like little to no debate.
You gonna watch like a 10-hour stream? Good luck.
Yeah, I know. I was like, then again, I didn't want to. It's too long.
Hey, these go on my YouTube with timestamps for ASMR or listening to music.
Oh yeah, I was kill me when that happens. I forgot.
Honestly,
I forgot
Zeke,
they was the die for that.
honestly, Zeke, it was just a big blur.
I can't tell if that's a reference or not. The point is that there wasn't really any art. There's like, look at how I italicize overlapping listings.
Oh shit, he actually pushed a button.
Look at how much like agreement and overlap with everyone's decisions there was. Like, this is a pretty wholesome list, and it's another nostalgia.
Here, I'll make it less wholesome. Fuck the Wii U. That piece of shit console was pretty shit, and it may help prototype the Switch, but that thing's a piece of shit that needs to be burned.
I mean, okay.
And I only use the tablet as a giant ass TV.
Shut up!
remote.
This man only thinks Avatar's okay. Burn him at the cross.
It's just okay.
Wait,
Fuck
Avatar:
you.
The Last Airbender is okay?
Yeah, no, this guy's
okay.
a little bitch.
Oh, well, that's a take that might get you canceled, bro.
Yeah, bro. Cancer for all. We forgive you for all your other sins, but talking shit about Avatar saying it's okay.
That's a very bold take to make on the internet. I'm gonna be real with you.
No one likes
I also
Korra.
thought Korra was just okay too.
Korra was.
Though I hear more divisive things about that.
I guess we'll find out when we see who gets into the Nickelodeon fighter.
Okay, you know who my favorite character in Avatar? Fucking Uncle Iroh, because of the voice actor.
It should be, because Iroh's an amazing character.
And then after they had to replace his voice, I was.
And
then after they had to replace his voice actor because he died, I was like, damn. Not here, son. But I understand why.
Forgive me, Nick. You must learn.
So
Wait, 6P doesn't beat that? I thought 6P beat
No, it doesn't.
I'm gonna tell you right now, 6P is not a go-to answer for everything like people make it sound like it is. 6P is... People need to chill with telling people it's just 6P,
I saw
bro.
like early on people saying tech that like, yeah, 6P beats Dolphin.
Also,
don't do that. You'll get counter hit.
No, because because the problem is Dolphin scrapes the ground, so it doesn't even do that.
And it's hard to time too. It's fast. Let me see who to raid.
Raid these nuts.
Oh my lord!
God. I'll raid someone playing Strive. How does that sound?
Oh yeah.
Oh me.
Are you streaming right now?
No, I'm too late.
Were you about to go live just so I can raid you?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Oh, Ronald, did you see that there? Did you see the Sonic Colors trailer and how much they're adding to it? I was kind of surprised.
I'm honestly surprised too. I pre-ordered it and I forgot when it comes out, so I forgot when I'm supposed to pay for the rest.
September.
September? Okay. We need to get through the rest of the Sonic franchise before then. Speaking of which, I'll keep you posted on when we're gonna do the next Sonic stream.
Cool.
Steam Deck. I don't have to worry about fucking bullshit.
Okay, I don't know who to raid, so I'm gonna send y'all to Tari. Well, his YouTube name's not Tari, but he's playing Gundam Versus. But for those who don't know, he is the best, probably arguably one of the top 3 Uni players in the world. I miss watching him play Uni. I miss playing Uni in general.
I miss playing video games.
What have you?
But look at me now. I'm playing Strive.
Watching anime and playing.
I don't watch anime.
Oh.
Wait, I'm trying to think. Oh, I've been watching fucking The Wire. Rewatching that as a kid. Now that I'm a grown man, understanding more about drug culture, I'm like, relatable.
That's a very interesting thing to voluntarily go back and watch.
Yeah.
Zeke learning about his culture.
Oh, you
right
sorry,
then
fuck,
and
kill me. Kill me.
Those of you watching, thanks for watching. Tell Tara I said howdy. Night.
Alright.
Hey, you liked it.